Welcome to day number 1 of the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville, with a beautiful view of the most unique court in the world, Zing Zang Championship Court. This beautiful open-air arena where some history has truly been made. And we are so excited to be here once again celebrating this fantastic event. I'm joined with Dave the Badger Weinbach, who has a lot of history, a multi-time champion here, Dave, at the U.S. Open. I know this tournament is special to you. Tell us some of your favorite memories here.
Rusty, I still remember coming here at the original U.S. Open in 2016, the first big pickleball tournament that was on national television. Kyle Yates and I were fortunate enough to win that. You were here. So excited every year to come back here with all this energy and all this excitement, great fans. This is a week, Rusty, that'll always map out a year ahead of time right here for the U.S. Open.
Yeah, and it's fantastic. For those of you who are just joining us, this started back in 2016 and literally changed the entire landscape of pickleball, in particular pro pickleball, elevating these brackets and these levels. And so you have not only competed in the pro level, but now that you've passed 50, this tournament created this unique pro split age. And last year you had a pretty good run. What happened? I'm
lucky enough to play with a guy named Andre Daescu, who might be the best player in the world right now. We're going to do it again tomorrow, Rusty. Just love coming here. And, you know, this tournament has grown so much over the years. You and I have been coming since day one. And, you know, Kyle and I were lucky enough to win the first couple. And it's just the people here. It's so fun to see the same faces every year. And with all the new great
talent
what I was gonna say, in this game, I get so excited to watch these great young players. I mean, we just got to see J.W. Johnson, and I can't wait to have singles day right here at Naples.
Yeah, so coming up, we're going to have some pro singles matches, and we will be back soon to see all that's happening.
Margaritaville, it's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Here on Florida's Paradise Coast, you can't help but think, if only every beach was this beautiful. If only every adventure was this exciting. If only every dinner was this special. If only every sky was this dramatic. All of which proves one thing: when you want a vacation to deliver only the finest of everything, only Paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit margaritavilleresorts.com.
Sorry, if you're talking on the phone, repeat. I wasn't listening.
They get some great drone shots from above. Seventh.
Welcome back to Zing Zang Championship Court. We are excited to bring you some amazing singles action, and we are in the middle of a match between Simone Jardim and Georgia Johnson. In the near court there in green is Simone, who has won 2 Triple Crowns here at the U.S. Open. And Georgia Johnson. And Dave, we've talked about how the game has advanced and the level of skill, and Georgia being a new player, and so Simone finding herself once again in singles, but battling against a new opponent.
And Georgia Johnson coming out on fire, bringing the heat to Simone early with an early 9-3 lead.
And one thing for sure, obviously, Simone has found herself, so the veteran in terms of gameplay and mindset and going long games and pulling it out. And the exciting thing about pickleball, especially in singles, is these runs can turn around quickly. Ball goes just long there.
Yeah, for so many years here, Simone Jardine dominated all the women's, a Triple Crown winner here,
2 times,
Rusty.
yep.
And now she's taken on some of these younger ladies in singles, and it's just such a challenge for her, both physically and mentally.
Yeah. Oh, good hustle there.
What a terrific down the line forehand drive by Georgia, really getting Jardine on the run here early in game 1.
9-4.
Johnson serves. Jardine goes down the line, just wide.
So an early game point here for Georgia, who's really been moving Simone around, changing up pace, Rusty. She's been changing up spin, changing up location, really putting a lot of pressure on the former Triple Crown winner here.
10-4, game point. Almost makes it over the net. Side out. Georgina another chance to turn it around.
4-10.
Oh, that was nice.
Beautiful two-handed backhand pass down the line. Simone had leaned left, showed too early. Georgia flicks a backhand down the line to get her another game point. And that serve called long, so that'll be a side out here.
4-10.
Georgina serves. Oh, in the corner. Simone with some frustrated expression there, sends the ball back, and so we have our 3rd game point coming up.
Simone's been staying back on a few of these returns. Let's see what she does here. Stays back again.
And then game number 1 goes to Georgia Johnson, but don't go anywhere because we got another game coming up at the Pro Singles at the US Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville.
From the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
The road to number 1 is never easy, but staying on top is just as hard. Winning becomes more than a goal. It becomes an expectation. Practices get longer, training more intense. Every game needs to be your best, because that's what you're gonna get. So, is it all worth it? Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
And welcome back with a shot there of Simone Jardim as we're getting ready to begin game number 2 in this semi-match of the Women's Singles Pro at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. We are excited to be here. Again, I'm with Dave, the Badger Wineback, if you're just joining us. And shortly we'll have Eva Welsher here as well. But right now, Dave, what's some exciting stuff you just saw in game number 1?
Boy, Georgia took control early, never let off the gas, and just steamrolled game 1. So let's see if Jardim can make some adjustments here. And, it starts off with a lucky net court with a big smile from both players.
And you heard the crowd do a little bit, oh, there Simone tried to roll it back over. You know, that's one thing I always appreciate about her. It's like she's a fierce competitor, but she's always got that friendly spirit, at least that I've always seen. Game number 1 won 11-4 to Johnson. We'll see how.
That's an excellent,
deep,
2. Penetrating return there by Georgia, putting a lot of pressure on the Jardim backhand. And how about these crowds, Rusty? You know, it's day 1 here at the U.S. Open.
And we're already full.
I was walking around the grounds. It is packed early here.
Oh. So we've had 3 little net blips a row already in this one. You can hear, there's that, yesterday we literally saw a ball sit on the top of the net for a moment in the wheelchair exhibition. Coming back 2-0, favored Johnson serving.
Yeah, that return just sails long, correctly called long here. Georgia, 2 Floridians here, Rusty.
3-0.
Of course, Simone Jardim, one of the all-time greatest players that has ever played the sport of pickleball, in the top 3 gold medalists in the history of this tournament.
Yeah. Oh, nice get, huh?
Georgia's done such a great job of getting herself in the best shape of her life, and she's covering the court better. She is really variable in her shots, Rusty, better than I've ever seen her.
Yeah, and you saw it there kind of even leaping into the air, coming back across.
There's another example of the tremendous court coverage and anticipation that Georgia Johnson has evolved in her game. And it's not just singles, Rusty. I've watched a lot of her doubles matches over the last year. She may be the most improved player out of all the top 10 women, in my opinion, that we have in the pro ranks today.
And here she is finding herself on Zing Zang Championship court. The crowd's already excited. As you said, it's full. This arena has a special place. It's a special environment with some amazing gameplay. Ball goes just long.
You know, as touring pros, Rusty, for the last 10 years or so, we all look forward every year to coming to Naples, Florida, right here at the Minto US Open.
Oh. She's glad. Johnson there laughing quite a bit. She tried to take it. Luckily, she missed it. It went a little bit long in her favor. She finds herself serving at 5-0.
One of the things we watch for, Rusty, in singles is I'm looking for not only the pace of the ball, but the depth. If you watch Georgia Johnson's ground stroke, both her returns, even her passing shots, it's not just the power she gets, it's the depth, which puts more pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, just you see the curve on that there? It's like you're watching a baseball pitch there, curveball. And that's something that I've seen evolve over the years. Let's watch the serve here.
So Georgia Johnson just rolling here in game 2. It looks like she has 100% control of her game here, Rusty, and you can see just the confidence build.
Side out.
Net there. But she had 4 points in a row with a side out. Jardim down 0-8.
Side out.
And with the downwind, Rusty, players not sometimes adjusting to that. When Simone hit that serve, she thought it was going to be 3 or 4 feet in, and the wind just carries that long. So Georgia Johnson will be serving 3 points away from capturing this match here on Zing Zang Court.
Oh, little drop with just enough backspin on it. The ball just kind of stops there. And thank you for joining us. Eva Welsher, we're excited.
Well, I'm so happy to be here, Rusty. I'm coming in at like 9-0 for Georgia. How exciting.
Side out.
So let's see if Simone, Eva, can get on the board. As you watch this match progress, what are your thoughts on what Georgia, after this point's over, how she's taken such control over this?
You know, after every ball, she's pushing forward. She's not hesitating. She's just getting right to the kitchen line and taking control. After every ball, watch her weight. Just her momentum is everything towards the net, getting everything at the peak.
Finds herself 9-0, 2 points away from closing out game number 2. Great return by Jardim.
Wow.
Excellent two-handed backhand there by Simone, getting that ball deep in the court with a lot of pace, and Johnson could not handle it.
Look at these serves. They're taking such risk.
Oh, and a little greedy on that one.
I think she has to, though. I think she's trying to like change something, put more pace on it, not letting Georgia really get a hold of that ball.
Sounded like a little bit of a miss hit there almost.
Yep, she framed it, and that's going to get Georgia to 10 here. So 1 point away here, Eva, from moving on here on Pro Singles Day.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, she missed it.
You see the expression on Johnson there, putting her hand over her mouth. But again, you know, the frustration, but here she is. I mean, she's just gone right through, and to ask me to see the difference and to see how much it's progressing, it's just so exciting. Jardim serves again to try to get some points on the board. And there she goes.
Yeah, she went behind. She went behind Georgia. Georgia was running to the deuce court, and she caught her wrong-footed. Very smart. I love that. I just love that she's having fun out there.
She almost served early there.
What a get.
Yeah, fantastic. Oh, and the overhead. So it's, you know, you sort of feel sad for anybody who's playing against Simone in this area. She is such a fan favorite. And she finds herself again having 2 points on the board.
You know, though, it's tough to close out matches. I mean, she was up, what, 10-0? And now there's been like 4 errors.
Yeah, and so quickly a timeout's called, which gives us time for a Takea hydration break, and we'll be back for more action in just a moment. Welcome back after that timeout as Georgia Johnson comes back, and she's got gone through a couple game points, and she's going to try to close this out. But Simone Jardim, after being down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0 for so long in this game, has got 3 points on the board, and we'll see if she can totally turn it around.
Hey, Dave, what do you do at the end of a match to really focus and close it out?
I tell myself,
410.
keep the foot on the gas pedal. I keep telling myself, no let up, don't let up. And as you know, because you and I have played together a lot, I'll say the same thing to my partner.
That is absolutely correct. That is it. Because at the end, it's like at the end of a match, you know, a little bit, you're looking up a little bit after you hit, your arm gets a little tight, you're already might be thinking about the next match.
Match point right here.
Oh, that
she
was
closes
beautiful.
it out with,
Nice job.
with a yell. Coming up, everybody. We already got some standing ovations. Day number 1, first match here.
What a fitting end, Rusty, to that match, because that's exactly how that match progressed. Georgia working the point, finally gets a ball that she can attack, puts it away to close it out. What a spectacular job by Georgia Johnson in both those games, taking out the legend.
Yeah, and it's amazing. Everybody stay tuned for more great singles action from Zing Zang Championship Court.
Another game? I'm done for the day, and so is my shoulder.
Reach for Arnicare when sore muscles take you out of the game. This scientifically formulated pain reliever has no strong medicine smell, no greasy residue, and can be applied directly to where it hurts. Arnicare is powered by Arnica, an ingredient that has been trusted for centuries to provide relief for muscle pain, stiffness, and bruising. Don't let pain stop you from doing what you love. Reach for Arnicare and get back into the game. Available where you shop.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Welcome back to the beautiful, amazing East Naples Community Park. You have an aerial view there of one of the most incredible and the largest dedicated pickleball facility in the world. Normally, a public facility, there's 64 permanent DecoTurf surface courts, you guys. This place and what Naples, Collier County, so Naples and it is amazing what they have invested. It is amazing what this event has done. You live here, Eva. What is so special about this place for you and Collier County?
Yeah, well, first of all, we have to thank Collier County because without their support, none of this is possible, and they are very involved in, you know, just the progress that this facility has made. But you know, every day I come here and everybody is just so excited to be here. So many people travel just to see this, you know, compound, and it just gets better and better every year, and I'm excited for the future plans.
You know, Rusty, the vision that Chris and Terry had of this is just, I talk to them about this every year, and it just amazes me because when they came up to Madison, Wisconsin to recruit me to come to the first U.S. Open and play with Kyle Yates, I'll never forget it. And then when I came down and saw what they built, and along with Jim Ludwig, and our ex-commissioner of Collier County, Donna, who was a visionary in her own right, and just to see what they've built over the years. You and I have been coming here since day one, and every year this tournament gets better and better. Obviously, the players get better and better, but the energy, the electricity that the Minto U.S. Open provides, I don't think there is a second out there. I mean, there's the reason that they call this the biggest party in pickleball.
Yeah, fantastic. And the thing that's unique, right? So Naples, Collier County. So Naples, Marco Island in the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. It truly is magical. So people come here and they come and they play and then they recreate. You have the beaches. You live here, right? So, you know, I'm preaching to the choir. You know, it's not just pickleball, although you can do both.
Oh my gosh, I mean, just downtown Old Naples. I mean, just the experience of just walking the streets and seeing the different, you know, food and restaurants and stores and, you know, like you said, the beaches, and I mean, there's so much in Naples that is that people come for besides the pickleball. But this is something they put on their calendar a year in advance, and they hope and hope and hope that they get in. And hopefully next year, more people will have the chance to actually play in this tournament.
And it is an amazing tournament, and we just saw some great gameplay, and we're going to take a look at a little bit at some highlights from this match between Simone Jardim and Georgia Johnson. You guys, I mean, it was special, right?
Well, what you're going to see here is just the absolute sheer athleticism of Georgia Johnson and her youth. Taking control early in this match. There you see a fantastic forehand cross-court put away.
Yeah, I mean, Georgia really spread the court. I mean, she had Simone just running from side to side, and the power off her paddle, you can't see that through the TV. It is powerful. I mean,
Georgia
it really pushes her back.
Yeah, and Georgia, Eva, never really let Simone into that match and just took control early. We talked about it live, Rusty, during the match, that the variety of her shots, she kept changing up pace, she changed up spin, she changed up location, and just kept Jardim guessing constantly.
Yeah, she didn't let her breathe.
And you see, when you talked about the athleticism and her ability to move on the court, more and more singles, we've seen an evolution. For those of you who are brand new, you see it all. But for some of us who've been here longer, singles was very much a baseline game. You know, you didn't see them coming up to the net as quickly and covering as much court as it is. In our replay there, we saw her jumping, you know, taking that ball out of the air. So how have you, Dave, you're a little longer, seen the evolution of singles and how that's changed?
Well, part of it is the equipment. You know, and everyone talks about the paddles, which, of course, the evolution of the paddle, Eva, is you and I talked about this yesterday when we were playing. But it's not just the paddle, it's the ball as well. Yeah. Of course, Franklin, the official ball of the Minto U.S. Open.
Several years in a row,
And even Franklin keeps improving their ball. I've noticed just in rec play the last 3 days, the ball is staying around longer. It's staying very playable longer. They've done a great job of developing that ball better. But the paddles have gotten more powerful. There's more spin.
Absolutely,
created.
yeah. We've seen some of the curves that they're coming off the paddle there.
I was going to say you can maneuver the ball more. And, of course, the sheer athleticism of these players coming from the semi-pro tennis circuit.
Yep.
You know, Eva and I were talking about this yesterday, that it's so much easier to come from a singles tennis background into singles pickleball because it's an easier transition because it's similar skill level. It's all about the serve, the return of serve, the passing shots, the volleys, but doubles is a whole nother situation. And today, it's only day one here, Rusty. It's singles day. What's tomorrow?
Yeah, well, we're going to have this amazing pro split age bracket. You know, years ago, as the pro brackets were created here, they had let's have a single elimination, and they began to separate out the pros from the 5-0s and the age. But then people want to keep playing more and more and more. So instead of saying you can't play the 19 plus anymore, and you have done it, you know, you got some extra golds there before they separated that out. So then they created the pro split age, which is unique. You've played it as well. What do you love about that bracket?
Well, I played with Kyle Yates last year and got to the finals, and I mean, I have value over 50. I have value, and I just want to say that. And the thing is that, you know, we can truly still contribute a ton to the game and to the matches, and to play with the youth and play at that speed. I almost felt like it was easier to play with that type of pace and rhythm than it was even at the senior level, just because it's something I'm used to.
Yeah, and so there's some amazing stuff happening. We're going to get to that on Monday and Tuesday, but right now we're still on Singles Sunday, and in a little bit we will be watching a matchup between the gold of Marcelo Jardim and Marco Osorio, and out on the court right now is actually only one of the players in white. That's Marcelo Jardim. For those who are familiar with Simone, that is her older brother. She was joking about him being 50 now and how exciting that is, and so they're warming up a little bit, and we got some time before the next match actually begins.
And of course, this is the senior men's pro singles gold medal match. And for those of you that aren't maybe as familiar with the senior, that means age 50 and up, Rusty, are eligible for senior pro events. And of course, this is senior pro singles. Wednesday, the senior men will play doubles. Thursday, the senior women will play doubles. And then Friday, the senior mixed pro will have on. So in singles day today, it's men's senior, it's women's senior, it's men's regular pro, it's women's regular pro. So what a fantastic day of singles. And up next, right here on Zing Zang Championship Court, is the men's senior pro singles.
Exactly.
So
go ahead,
Marcelo still resides in Spain, is that correct?
Yeah, well, he kind of travels a lot, Brazil and Spain, but he came from Spain. So you see on the shirt there, everybody's like, what's this Z Zebra? So Zeta Zebra is what they say in Spain. Uniquely, one of the, actually, I think the only official paddle company in Spain. So as it grows internationally, we have manufacturers who are coming from Europe.
But I don't know how long he's here, but he's been playing other tournaments and has had, I mean, he's won gold in other tournaments, especially in singles, and he also won in doubles with Jaime in another tournament. So he's making his mark like right off the bat, just in the small time that he is here, and he beat the #1 singles player in the world. Can you talk about that, Dave?
Yeah, he just beat Matthias Johansson, and Matthias has been dominating the senior circuit.
Yeah.
I got a chance to catch up with him pre-match here, and we were talking about Spain. He's from the northern part of Spain. I was just in Barcelona, did some clinics there.
Well, and originally, the Jardims are from Brazil. And so as an athlete, he's doing padel in Spain. So go ahead, continue.
And he still competes with padel. He's not, he said, in the top 10 in the world anymore, but he still loves to compete with padel. Of course, padel, huge in Europe and really in Spain. So just really a freak of an athlete. I've had a chance to actually watch him play padel. So I met him in 2017 right here on this court, actually, after Yates and I.
Was playing,
after Yates and I played in the gold medal match. And just a terrific guy, really great personality. And he's just so happy to be here, is what he just said to me.
Well, and it's so fun, as she was talking about, you know, so many people are constantly bringing in their family, whether it's their brother or sister. Sometimes the grandparents bring someone else in and like, hey, come on, play pickleball, come on, play pickleball. And more people are converting over and having such a great time, not just recreationally at a place like this, East Naples Community Park, which is an amazing recreational facility, but then when an event like this, a tournament, a one-of-a-kind event, they're coming from literally all over the world to compete here.
So can we talk about his opponent, Marcelo's component?
Well, Marcelo's going to be coming out in a little bit, and in fact, when we get him out here, we'll go into that. But what's exciting is this event is really a part of so many people, the volunteers as well as all the sponsors. So a special thank you to them, and we're going to take a break in a moment and see from some of those amazing sponsors who have helped to grow pickleball in this amazing event.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
And so as we come back to this amazing Zing Zang Championship court, we are getting ready, thankfully, for the senior men's pro singles gold medal match between Marcelo Jardim and Marco Osorio. And as the guys are about to warm up, both of these guys, you know, it's kind of exciting. We were talking about how much pickleball has grown literally around the world. And here we are at the US Open Pickleball Championships, and we have two international players who are coming in to compete.
It just shows the explosive growth, Rusty, of this game, not just in America, but we all know it's the fastest growing sport in the world. There's not even a close second.
Yeah.
And we had a chance to catch up with Marco. He's from Ciudad de Mexico, Mexico City in English.
Exactly.
He's 53, and he was out in the medical tent getting a little treatment.
All right, yeah, so we'll see how that goes.
Yep, he's back on court. So the players will get about 6 minutes or so to warm up. Referee Derek Prince, Eva, is ready to roll here in this men's pro senior gold medal match.
I don't think the audience realizes how taxing singles is.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to have like a lot of leg strength. And for these guys, I mean, I know that Marcelo comes from Padel, and I don't know the background on his opponent, but it takes so much to go all day long and to conquer so many opponents and then to still bring it for gold match.
Yeah.
Marco's a former ATP tennis professional.
Exactly.
I think now resides in the Vero Beach area, so another Floridian, originally from Mexico City.
Yep.
And he's a petite little guy, but this guy, I watched him earlier today.
has evolved and shifted. And so what are some of the things, Eva, that they're checking for, just real quick? Simone is doing a little introduction out there. You can hear the crowd clapping a little in the background. She's introducing people. But go ahead, what's some of the things they're checking for when they do check, Eva?
Well, let me just say that when I checked in for the registration, that they said that paddle checking was not going to happen until the semis of the draw. So, but they're checking for delamination.
They do a whole series of tests where they're looking for scratching. And right now we're going to have Simone was going to say a few words about each player in English and Espanol, and I think she might have just finished.
There she goes. So again, we have Simone Jardim and her brother Marcelo Jardim are playing, and from Brazil. And so we had a little Portuguese potentially going on, and then for Marco, some Spanish going on. So it was, again, we've talked about it over and over, and people are like, what's the big deal? A lot of sports are international, but pickleball at a large-scale competitive level has really, really grown and blown up just in the last few years. If you think about how far we have come in just a few years. The sport originated in 1965, and it grew and grew, and then an exponential curve began. We were excited to be a part of the beginning of that in 2014 and 15, but really in just the last few years, well, the U.S. Open, 2016, they said, we're going to take pro competitive pickleball to another level. And we've just seen more and more of that. It's so exciting. So there in the pink is Marco Osorio, and from, as Dave said, from Mexico City, he's warming up. And then, interestingly, we were talking about paddles, and here we go. The industry's changed. He's playing with an Adidas paddle. Marco is playing with the Zeta Zebra paddle, which is a manufacturer from Spain. And
which are not common names.
Yeah, so you have basically, way back when, a German company and a Spanish company. Obviously Adidas is very well known in the U.S., but newer and seeing more diversity on paddles. And a beautiful shot there of the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships logo, powered by Margaritaville. And I think as we tip down, unique about this arena, you're seeing there those VIP booths. What are some of the things you guys like, both as players and spectators, about this arena here?
I've been coming here, Rusty, since day one, and one of the really cool, unique features of the Zing Zang Championship Court is the special boxes that go around the entire court, and it just gives a really nice feel, a very homey feeling is the word I use to Chris and Terry. And interesting, these boxes hardly ever turn over. Once you have one, you're guaranteed it year after year as long as you write that check. And it's fun because I get to know all the people in the boxes, and they're all huge pickleball fans. And they ask really good questions, and they're not just local players and people. These are businesses from all over the country, and they just cannot get enough of their pickleball in that front row seat. And the other thing I love about this arena, Eva, is after year one, they put the overhead tent in. And I remember when Jim Ludwig first told me about what they were going to do, and I said, can you repeat that? And he was so excited. He and his wife, Carol, as you know, helped really with the vision of this tournament. And I just think it adds another layer. A lot of people think this is also keeps the rain out. It does not. It's really more of a shade structure, and it's a cooling sensation.
And because it's that, because it's not waterproof, it's porous, and it allows the air to circulate. So you'd think some people, it gets stuffy, but it's actually extremely refreshing in here. And a hurricane took down the first one that was built, and then they kind of put one back up. And but in the background there you see with the palm tree back street, that's the Margaritaville License to Chill Lounge, which is a special VIP area, and for beverages and drinks, and later on you get food and stuff like that. So there's a shot of Marcelo, and again, looks like they're getting ready, doing final checks. So, and this match will be starting so early.
I have to say I'm pretty excited about this because I feel like these two guys might change the way senior pro singles is played. I think there's going to be a lot of explosiveness, more so than I've ever seen. I think, the quickness, the change of direction. I mean, these are things, obviously when you turn 50, and at any age, as you get older, your body may slow down a little bit, but these guys are probably the youth of the 50 plus. So I'm super excited to see it. Now we have some wind here. So I'm wondering how the wind is going to affect the game. It's coming with the wind, and it's coming from the back of the court forward towards us. So
Yeah,
side
every once in a while
closest-
we can see those
Right,
big
right.
flags in the background. We can see the direction that they're blowing.
So the side that Marcelo is on right now is going against the wind, and the other side is going with the wind. So I'm not sure how the coin toss happened, but we'll see if the wind plays a factor in this.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and again, for those of you who are new, we have once upon a time, we'd always have to explain the game. I said, people watch basketball and football, they're not explaining the game. So the sport has grown so much, we don't do that. But just in case, it is a plastic ball with holes in it. It's a much lighter than a traditional, say, tennis ball or any other ball. So a little bit of wind or a gust of wind can make a big difference in both your serves and returns in particular.
So referee Derek Prince has given his final instructions. Looks like Marcos has chosen to serve, and here we go.
Exactly. Derek's about to cart. Far court. Marco Osorio in the pink.
Right.
Serving to Marcelo Jardim in the near court.
Gold medal match.
White.
Men's pro singles. Marco Osorio. Marcelo Jardim. Best 2 out of 3 games, 11 points, win by 2. Game 1, time in, 0-0. Side out.
Wow, both of them are coming up to net at the same time. This is going to be interesting.
0-1.
Ball goes a little long there.
So Osorio has to realize that he's downwind, Eva, and really control where he's going for that depth. There's another example of it.
Just a little long.
I think coming late to this court has affected him and not understanding the surroundings right now.
So 3 quick points in a row to Jardim.
You can see Osario's got that upper right thigh wrapped, and I think that's what he was doing in that medical treatment tent here.
I mean, you wonder, Marcelo obviously sees that. Probably will try, just from a strategic standpoint, to move him side to side.
Absolutely.
And obviously have him, end on the side towards the forehand deuce.
So Marcos is going to try to get on the board here, serving at 0-3 early on, game 1 in this gold medal match.
You can see that Marcos took some pace off that serve. Usually, you really go for the serve, but he must recognize that the wind's behind him, and he took a little bit off, which was very, very smart.
3-0.
Jardim serves.
Wow.
Point.
It looks to me, Eva, like Osario's trying to finish the points a little quicker. He's rushing it, and I think that's because of his leg. So let's keep an eye on that.
Oh.
Good leave.
Good angle there. Pulls Jardim off court a little bit, and the ball goes wide. And so we have a start. I did get some additional information. Actually, Marcelo competed in the Davis Cup back in the day, as we talked about him having a professional tennis background. So, more than just a good tennis player to be playing in the Davis Cup for Mexico, that's a big deal. And here he finds himself serving down 0-4.
I like that little one-handed backhand. We call it a one-y. And he takes very little backswing on it. And the other thing I noticed, Eva, is it's hard to read. He can take that down the line like he just did, and he easily can come over the top and flick it cross court.
Oh, that was a nice one.
Yeah, one of the things when I teach is to my students is having the same setup, and then the way you come out of it with your follow through will determine where the ball goes or what spin that you're putting on it. So that's a good disguise, especially for singles.
So after the beginning, Jardim put 3 points on the board right in a row and a couple side outs in a row for Osorio. He's now finding himself, he was able to hold that one off.
1-4.
At 1-4, trying to put more points on.
I think he's settling in now. Look how low the ball's going over
Oh.
the net. Wow.
Incredible court coverage.
Yeah.
Of course, guys, this is going to be the best 2 out of 3 games to 11, and you must win by 2 in each game. So these players will play this first game, then they'll switch sides.
Look close. Oh no, they called that online. I thought I heard someone say out. So we're now 5 serving 1. Jardim with a strong lead early in game number 1 of the senior men's pro
Marcos
gold.
has missed 4 returns so far. I mean, those are errors that he can easily clean up to get into the match, but also this match can run away from him with those type of errors. And he needs to force Marcelo to earn the point. I mean,
Terrific return there by Osorio, getting that deep in the corner. So let's see if he can get the ball back here and make a run down 1-6 early here in game 1.
There you go, gets behind him.
Very well disguised, inside out forehand there. Had Marcelo leaning hard to the right and very nicely goes behind him. So that gets him to 2 here.
he really held that to the last
That's
second.
what I was going to say, held
and
up.
then waited for Marcelo to make a move, and then he went behind him.
You see how he's trying to take every ball early, and I think that's because of his leg situation. So it's something I'm going to really be watching as this match progresses here.
For our viewers, it's very difficult to lift a ball when you are catching it right off that bounce. Sometimes you want to back up and then step forward so that you can lift properly.
There you go, another return to the net.
Yeah, so he's given him, I think, my count is 5 freebies in this game.
Yeah, I know that Marcos is trying to take time away from Marcelo, but you know, he's making a lot of errors.
And we just have our first time out of the match called, so we'll take a quick Takea hydration break, hear from some amazing sponsors, and be back in a moment.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Yola, for the champion in you. By Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand. And by Paddle Tech, the paddle of champions. Let's go again.
There you go with another view from the stands of Zing Zang Championship Court. For those of you who don't know, Zing Zang Championship Court, you can see these bottles all around. So this Bloody Mary mix, and they actually have more than just Bloody Mary, but Zing Zang out of the Chicago area, Chris and Terry, the founders of the U.S. Open. Zing Zang was one of the very first sponsors of this tournament, and to believe in it in the early days and to commit to it every single year, Zing Zang has been supporting this ever since 2016. And so we come back from the timeout. Marcelo serves to Osorio. Oh, there you go.
Terrific touch. You know, Rusty, we spent a lot of time talking about this Zing Zang Championship Court, which is phenomenal. But there are now a total of 60 courts here at the Minto U.S. Open, right here at East Naples Community Park. Just an incredible facility.
Quick look at that replay.
You know what I liked about that is that Marco floated his return deep with some slice, which bought him a little bit of more time and really kept Marcelo deep in the court.
Oh, just dribbled over the net cord
Bad
there.
luck. I mean, you, as a player, yeah, you like to have those, but you really feel bad. I mean, I do at least.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of the game, but I always feel
I'll take
bad.
it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
So with that helpful side out, we're back to Jardim serving 7-2. Gets his paddle on it, again.
Yeah, he was just stretching Marco out, left to right, left to right. I mean, you know, when you spread the court that much, it just eventually will open up property to just give you an easy return.
Take a look here, he goes across, but after 2 good gets, can't get the third one.
And I think Marco's having problems putting pressure on that right leg. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Oh, we thought
Great
that
effort.
Would, yeah.
Great effort. Great effort.
Even though it didn't go over Marcelo, Jardine gave him a clap of appreciation.
Terrific hustle as he knocks the
Take a look here.
Margaritaville bottle down.
He comes across, he hustles, backhand, and just hit the net there.
I feel like there's a lot of angles right off the bat. I think it would be smart to kind of like return neutral and try to take away some of the angles, especially for Marco.
Yeah. Point. So we have another point, and we find ourselves at 10-2. Game number 1 about to go.
Jardine with a huge win over Matthias Johansson in the semifinals, Eva, to get him a berth in this gold medal match.
Side out.
That's a big side out. And again, 10-2 seems insurmountable. But in singles in particular, you have a chance to have that run. So we'll see if somehow Osorio can come back.
Well, Marco is going to have to change his strategy. I mean, he's got to have a plan B when you're down 10-2. Maybe take more risk, maybe a bigger serve, a bigger return, something that's going to change the rhythm of the match. Otherwise, this game will be over soon.
He just got one more point as he's serving.
3-10.
Oh, that's a beautiful inside-out forehand pass. Had Jardine leaning hard to his right. So let's see if he can claw his way back into this first game.
For the first time in the game, he gets 2 points in a row on a serve.
4-10.
Just a little momentum might make a difference.
Off the bounce again. Wow.
Point.
3, 4, 5.
Marco took so much time away from Marcelo.
Timeout. Receiver.
That's what I was wondering. So again, the first time he started to get momentum, 3 quick points in a row, and we have a moment for a Takea hydration break, and we'll be back in a second.
We'd like to thank our Powered by sponsor, Margaritaville.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Total Pickleball, your one-stop pickleball shop. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Takea, hydration is an all-day game. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, save the date, April 26th to May 3rd, 2025.
And there we were talking about this amazing shade structure, and you can see up in the top, you can see the light come through. I like it at night as well. We have some aerial shots, you can actually sort of see through it. The crowd, the stands are filling up. People are excited about the U.S. Open, and Marcelo is about to close out. But Osorio there is fighting. A timeout's been called, so thank you for joining us. The score is 5-10 as Osorio serves.
That's a big serve to the backhand. Oh, open court. Yeah.
And like we talked about in the opening, we're going to see him constantly move Osorio from corner to corner and just try to break him down, and he's doing it very successfully, and that has gotten him to a game point here in game 1.
Ooh. Goes for the back corner, a little wide.
I think what the spectators, the viewers don't see though, is that a lot of these balls are dipping low as they move over the net, which is very difficult then to redirect it. And then obviously you're trying to get your opponent to pop it up.
Osorio again with another chance at 5-10. Nice deep serve. Oh.
Nice. Okay, but Osorio set it up with a shot right down the middle, took all the angles away from Marcelo, and then it opened up.
What a great read at the end of this point. Watch how he reads this ball.
Yep.
Going to his backhand, then
Marcelo
goes behind him.
overcommitted. Yep. Once Marcelo overcommitted to the left, and then he held it, and then Osorio went down the line.
So we've gone from 10-2, and he's now up at 6.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's painful.
Yep. But he's going with the wind, so he has to hit his serve low in order to keep it in. On this side where Marcelo is, he can hit it higher and go against the wind and keep it in. So there's there's a balance between speed and depth.
Coming in, trying for the third game point here.
Very nice, very nice.
So game number 1 goes to Marcelo Osorio in the Senior Men's Pro Gold. But stay tuned, because game number 2 is coming up after a word from our amazing sponsors. Let's take a look at that last point.
Terrific pass there to finish off a exciting game 1.
So thank you, Franklin X40, for these instant replays. Everyone, don't go away. There's more action to come.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Don't leave pickleball behind when you leave the court. Pickleball Channel gives you the world of pickleball in your hands, covering the entire sport. Dive deep into the world of pickleball and keep your game going with Pickleball Channel.
With a look at the crowd there, both relaxing in the shade, enjoying a few drinks. We have a shot of Marcelo Jardim, who just took game number 1 in the men's senior pro singles gold match. You guys, what are you expecting to potentially be different, or how are they going to play out for game number 2?
Well, personally, we'll see if Marcelo handles the wind, because Marco really didn't. He missed like 5 returns. So the wind is going to be a factor. That's going to be, I think, the biggest thing right now is that Marco really started out poorly. So if he can just balance it, we'll see if we can get a tight second game.
I think Marco's going to try to go a little bit more on the offense. I felt in that first game he was too much on the defense chasing. I think he wants to be the guy that forces the action here in game 2.
Oh, he kept pushing him back and back and back. Yeah.
Right on cue, Marco. I think he was listening to us, Rusty.
Yeah, he just stayed on that forehand. Marcelo was trying to get out of that pocket, and he couldn't. He just kept beating it until he missed. Very smart.
So in the back, you were talking about the wind earlier. He is serving into the wind right now.
That's correct.
It has died down a little bit, but nice touch.
Oh, there we go. Oh, what a great shot.
Yeah.
That one-hand backhand is so pretty. He said it's a shot that he developed in Padel. It's a very popular shot, that one-e cross court, and it's just so smooth and so efficient, and how he comes through that ball with a little topspin to bring the ball down.
2-0.
He just can't push off those legs, Eva, and it's restricting his movement.
Yeah, but Marcelo, I mean, his angles are unreal.
Yeah, he's not
literally
hitting that hard, but his
No.
accuracy, yeah.
They're
And here's
go-
a
I
look
mean,
right here at one.
he's got such a great loft, and then it just dumps on the other side. I mean, look at that.
That's beautiful.
And I don't think that Marco can read it. I mean, he's holding it so long. His back is to, Marco, and then all of a sudden, the way he follows through, he's just taking the left side of the ball, and he's rolling it, and he's getting that angle. Just beautiful.
And that's the shot. That was the difference in his match against Matthias Johansson, where he won 11-6 in the third.
Again,
it was that shot right there.
I mean, Marco is going to have to just take a risk and just go to the left.
Well, you know what I would do, Eva, is I'd return deep middle more.
Yep,
because then it doesn't give your opponent that angle on the passing shot on the third.
I agree.
And so here he comes. He finds himself serving at 5-0.
He tried to go deep middle, but he emphasized the deep.
A little too deep. A little too deep.
With a quick 6 points on the board,
a little too deep.
Osorio calls a timeout, so we'll have another Takea hydration break. And you, if you're here, you can get some Takea water bottles everywhere else. Thanks to Takea. Stay tuned, and we'll see how game number 2 turns out.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Nature Made, the official vitamin of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Arnicare, fragrance-free pain and bruise relief. Up your game without the pain. Available where you shop. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And remember, you can purchase the official U.S. Open Pickleball Championships apparel at kitschpickleball.com.
So as we come back to Zing Zang Championship Court, special thank you to some of those sponsors that you heard of recently. The last one there, the U.S. Open. There's some apparel that you can get at the Kitsch Pickleball store. They're another one of the sponsors and who've been a part of this since 2016. Some people being, even in 2016, what is this? And it's so exciting to see the sport evolve. There's a shot in the background. You have Zing Zang Championship Court. You have Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And we continue after the timeout. That seemed to go in Osorio's favor, and he gets a side out to come back to try to keep from running away at 6-0.
Well, just as we saw in the previous match, Rusty, where Georgia just took control and steamrolled that match, we're seeing Jardine do the same thing to Osorio here in this gold medal match. And that's going to be a side out. So let's see if Jardine can keep building, Eva, off this 6-0 lead here in game 2.
I mean, his returns are so deep. He's not letting Marco breathe. He's not letting him get to the net, which I think Marco prefers to be at the net versus the baseline. He's constantly trying to come in, but
another missed return.
But he has so much pressure. I mean, literally every single time he tries to hit a shot, it's like Marcelo is finding the angle. So this is where you don't see the pressure that Marcelo is putting on Marco.
Oh, and that's what he has to do more. That was all set up by a phenomenal return deep in that corner to get Marcelo out of position, and then Marco could take total control of the point.
Right, 3 hits before the actual winner. Yeah, a lot of people, and maybe if we get another break, we could talk about shot construction or shot series construction is significant. Right? They're not. It's not just, oh, am I going to get a winner on this one or winner on that one? You're also thinking about the shot before the winner.
Well, I always teach my students that the serve and return are the most important shots. It just sets up the control of the point. So Marcelo is doing a great job, pulling Marco to the left on that serve so that he opens up the right side of the court.
And another missed return off the Osorio forehand gives Jardine an 8-0 lead here in game 2.
Another one.
So many of these are miss hits too. He's just not hitting the center of his paddle.
But I just think he's panicking. I feel like he's rushing. He feels like he has to make the perfect shot because Marcelo is making him feel that way. And that's one of the traits that you have to have. That's a nice put away there,
yeah. Well, and with a good put away by Osorio to get a side out and have another chance. I mean, he's down 0-9, but with take a look there, he comes up. Great sharp angle with a little fist pump, and he has a chance to finally get a point on the board.
You can see him limping a little bit, but man, all kudos to Marcelo though. He's playing such a clean match.
Nice quick interchange at the net. The crowd liked that a little bit with a hand clap. And he's excited.
I think they want to see points. I think they want to see some long points. People grinding, people like trying to, you know, be strategic and keep that ball going.
Yeah, nobody likes to see a shutout.
No. He's just not lifting the ball. He's not lifting the ball. I mean, it's not even going even close to the top of the net.
He's actually made more errors off his forehand side than he has off his backhand side, interestingly enough.
9-1.
Oh, I think sorry, wasn't quite sure about that. He let it bounce and it hit the line.
Yeah, that's what's get us to match point here.
But that's what singles is it's a lot of lines. I mean, you gotta be very precise.
And with the serve at 10-1, goes wide, fist pump from Jardim, and he claims a gold here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. First time here on Zing Zang Championship Court, and a gold is his. He is, with a look at the last drive there, serve with the fist pump, and the smile on the face, he finds himself as a U.S. Open champion. And we will be back with a moment for some amazing time here and rewarding some medals at the U.S. Open.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Here on Florida's Paradise Coast, you can't help but think, if only every beach was this beautiful. If only every adventure was this exciting. If only every dinner was this special. If only every sky was this dramatic. All of which proves one thing. When you want a vacation to deliver only the finest of everything, only Paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit margaritavilleresorts.com.
So I'm excited to be here with our silver medalist, Marco Osorio. Marco, you found yourself here on Zing Zang Championship for the court for the first time. It's so exciting. 2 international players coming. It didn't quite go your way, but what does it mean to get singles at the what do you mean to get silver in singles at the U.S. Open?
You know, I'm so happy, excited. You know, it's like a great day for me. Today is just like a year ago I started to play this game. You know, I really love it. And then, you know, it's my first tournament. I came to play the qualify. I qualify, and then to go through to the final, you know, for me, it was really good, you know. And then just to play with these kind of players, you know, it's exciting. So I'm so happy. I know I lost. I don't know what happened, but I'm so happy to get that I'm going to be back for sure, you know.
So everybody was saying, so we need to learn about this guy. Did I just hear you say this is your very first pickleball tournament?
Yeah, that's my first tournament, you know. I never play. I just play for fun, you know, with a couple of friends, you know, and somebody tell me, okay, you know, sign in. It's going to be fun. I'm going to play tomorrow, you know, with one of the pros. And I say, yeah, why not? And then I'm here. I'm here with my dad. I invite my dad there. Let's go have vacations over there and play a little pico. So that's why I'm here, you know.
Well, I don't know how many other people would like their first tournament to be the U.S. Open and then to get a medal here. So congratulations. It's really exciting. I think somebody here is going to bring out your hardware. Oh, his dad's here as well. So let's bring out this silver medal. Oh, apparently I'm going to put it around your neck. Here you go. And also we got your prize money here.
Perfect, perfect.
So again, from Mexico to you're working here in Florida, everybody, Marco Osorio, keep an eye out because we're going to see more of you. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys.
And now we are excited to also bring out our gold medalist. Thank you so much. And so come on out, sir, Mr. Jardim. And apparently we are going to have some help. We'll go left and right. You can go here. Well, if you're going to be translating. So here, you go here. So from Brazil, well, congratulations on your gold, right? So I'll ask you first, and then you can ask him. So padel, pickleball, you find yourself on championship court. Your sister's been here quite a bit. So first off, what does it mean to be getting gold at the U.S. Open?
O que significa, tu entendesse alguma coisa mais, o que significa ganhar ouro no US Open?
Isso é alguma coisa muito importante para mim, porque eu vi a Simone ganhar aqui a primeira vez em 2017 e me emocionei muito e me emociono sempre quando eu estou com ela. E isso aqui é excepcional, poder ganhar esse torneio, que é um torneio mais importante, eu acho que a nível de Pro Senior.
So for him, of course, its emotions are high because he got to watch me in 2017. That was the first time he came out and he was in the box and he got to see that. And now for him to come here and compete and win such a prestigious tournament is huge. And, you know, so he's excited, of course.
Yeah, and it's obviously she's the queen and she's a fan favorite here. And she's talked about you. And she talked about how excited she was to have you here compete. But your game, right? Singles is different in pickleball, and of course padel is a different game, and we noticed sort of your strategy is a little different than you weren't constantly driving. What was a little bit of your strategy in terms of how it worked? Obviously it worked in your favor, but it wasn't the typical drive we're seeing a lot in singles. How is that different?
Que tu joga padel e a estratégia foi diferente porque tu faz teu drive diferente do que eles estão acostumados. Então, qual era a tua estratégia vindo nesse jogo?
Eu normalmente eu não jogo pickleball na Espanha, eu jogo paddle. Mas eu cheguei aqui faz uns 2 semanas e treinando com a minha irmã, treinando com ela e tem que adaptar um pouco a maneira de jogar ao meu estilo, ao meu jogo que é o paddle. E encontrei também mais ângulo jogando dessa maneira do que jogar uma bola reta e ter que sair correndo depois atrás dela.
Okay, that's a lot.
So I know. So he got here 2 weeks ago. He doesn't play much at home, but honestly, like, and he did not say that. I am saying that. He's saying like he practiced with me. Honestly, it's because he got to play with a lot of the young kids. So Eric Onsins, and then Richard, and with who else? Quem mais que tu jogaste? Ronan. So he got to play with these young kids. So he learned a lot, and that's what he said. He learned a lot to adapt coming into pickleball, which is again, it's, you know, there's some intricacies. There's a lot of similarities, but there's some things that are different.
Well, it's fantastic. We're excited to see you here, and I'm going to let you put the medal around your brother's neck. So come on out here. We got the gold medal for Marcelo Jardim. Thank you. A new U.S. Open champion in the men's senior pro gold.
I have to say something.
And actually, you also you're going to get your shoes and then your prize money, so we'll give you that as well. But what else do you want to say?
One thing that I have to say is shout out to our brother, Rodrigo. Beijo, beijo. Eu sei que tá assistindo.
Rodrigo.
Which is pro pai, toda a família. All our family now is pickleball. So our middle brother is at home teaching pickleball, and he was watching Marcelo play. So
that's fantastic, everybody. As we have said over and over, at the U.S. Open, we have 2 international players. It is growing around the world. Stay tuned for more amazing action from Zing Zang Championship Court. We'll be back to you in a moment. Congratulations. So awesome.
From the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
The road to number 1 is never easy, but staying on top is just as hard. Winning becomes more than a goal. It becomes an expectation. Practices get longer, training more intense. Every game needs to be your best, because that's what you're gonna get. So, is it all worth it? Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
Welcome back to Zing Zang Championship Court. I'm Rusty House here, joined again with Dave Weinbach. In a moment, Kyle Yates will be coming. You have a shot there. You're looking at J.W. Johnson. A men's single match. We're working through the draw, not quite yet. To find out as these guys battle through, later on we're going to be doing some women's senior pro again. And J.W. Johnson, a dominant player here. And as you can see, he has kind of claimed some U.S. Open medals before. This year he's playing later on in the week with Dylan Frazier. Annalie Waters is going to be a special matchup. And in the split age with Mircea Murario. And but there should be some amazing stuff, Dave, right? Don't you think, kind of coming in here?
Certainly the heavy favorite, Rusty, coming into this men's pro singles day, taking on Brendan Lane, who is a pro at a club just north of here in the Bonita area, took fourth here last year. This I'm looking forward to is going to be a highly competitive match as we bring in the 2016 and 2017, the first 2 years of the U.S. Open, men's doubles champion Kyle Yates. Kyle, just back from Costa Rica. Thanks for joining us.
You got it. Those first 2 years are just you, Dave, but you forgot who you played against in the finals the next two.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you got it. Kyle, you are from this area. You know these players really well. After this first point, I want you to tell us the strengths to Brendan Lane's singles game.
Of course.
So as the referee identifies everybody in the far court there is Brandon, who's serving in the near court to J.W. Johnson. The quick flick of the wrist there.
He's good at that. No, I'm super excited for this match. Obviously, Brandon got fourth last year. Super athletic, great tennis player. And we haven't seen J-Dub at the U.S. Open for a few years.
He got the ball he wanted, and he is laughing at himself for missing the easiest one of the whole point.
That happens. You're going to see a lot of those drops from J-Dub. He's going to play a lot more cat and mouse, especially with this Franklin ball. He likes to drop and come in, play a little bit more tactical. I'd like to see Brandon try to keep the speed of play up a little bit and not get lulled into these short court points. That's right what J-Dub's going to do to you every time.
What do you see as the real strengths and maybe a weakness or two to Brendan's game?
I think he's just very traditional tennis style, right? So when J-Dub gets that ball down and plays a little bit more traditional pickleball, that's where Brandon's probably going to struggle, just because J-Dub's so good at that short mini court cat and mouse game. So again, Brandon's just got to use his length and athleticism and not get lulled into these little points. And he handled that really well there.
Yeah,
he's going to need to do a lot of that.
So yeah, that's sort of that cross-court dink in the middle singles. One of the things that's exciting for me is the game evolved. You have much more action. Taking a look at this Franklin X40 replay, JW crosses, and Brandon puts it away. But how the singles has evolved and gotten much more of the court is being covered, and the action's happening everywhere now.
J-Dub just loves that backhand flick. We see it a lot in doubles too. And what's so dangerous, Kyle, is he can go any direction. He can flip it over with topspin. He can slice it. He can hit it flat.
It's so deceptive. Just that quick flick. You don't really know where it's going. Beautiful drop, an ATP attempt, but looks like he just missed it.
Correctly called wide. 3-0. So a quick 3-0 lead here for J-Dub.
Little bobble over the net. He's able to get it back cross court, but Brandon forces a side out in his chance.
It's so tough playing J-Dub, Kyle, in singles, because you feel like you have to win the point. Like 3 or 4 times, he just chases down every single ball. You've played against him in singles. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? The pressure that he brings.
And we will take a quick Takea hydration break as a timeout's been called on the court, and we will follow up with those thoughts after that.
Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Fat Tire, crisp, clean, and refreshing. The perfect post-play beer. By Zing Zang. The #1 Bloody Mary brand is on fire with Zing Zang Blazing Bloody Mary. And by Deco Turf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
As we come back with the referee there, ending the timeout. So pretty early in the game with a 3-0, and the timeout's been called.
Time in, 0-3.
As Brendan Late serves.
And there you see Brendan trying with the inside-out forehand, but just clips the tape.
Yeah, Dave, what you mentioned with that cat and mouse, why it's so tough. And Brandon's going to be able to hold his own in the first, handful of rallies, but it's so grueling. The physicality of it, it doesn't seem like they're running much, but tons of lunges and squatting. It takes your legs out from under you. So I expect it to be a pretty 50-50 point for a while, but the second one of their legs starts getting tired, that's when you'll see J-Dub start going on a run. He's got some of the strongest legs. Look at those tree trunks. He can do this all day. So if Brandon's in pretty good shape, he'll be all right.
He comes around, had that ATP, and went a little bit long. You got the point.
Another drop.
Goes wide.
Yeah, people give a lot of credit to J-Dub as a player and his skills, but I think he's underrated from a pure athleticism standpoint.
Nice.
Yeah, he rarely looks tired, right? He just moves around the court very efficiently.
That's the word I like to use. I say the same thing about Ben Johns. You and I have commented a lot of Ben Johns. People think he's not fast, but he's the most efficient mover we have in the history of pickleball, in my opinion.
Point.
And so with that, Lane gets his first point on the board. And as we have seen, both of you guys have experienced how singles in particular can have these runs. See if
singles especially, it's very streaky. And again, as soon as your legs kind of get out from under you, you don't really recover quick enough. The points can kind of add up real fast. So you can't really hide that. A lot of times in doubles, you can your partner can help you out and give you some time to breathe and recover. But singles, the second you start getting a little bit lazy, a little tired, that's when the points start racking up against you quick. So Brandon's got to be careful here, take his time in between points. You see him breathing heavy, walking slow.
That's why I really like that timeout that he took early.
And at 1-5, he serves again.
Beautiful pass. That's an efficient point right there, Dave. Serve winner. He's going to need a bunch of those.
He really has a beautiful forehand ground stroke. And I like how sometimes he hits it flat, and sometimes he'll roll it with a lot of topspin, like that. That's a great backhand stab volley there by J-Dub as he was leaning the other way, as my kids might say, ankles.
So Lane able to get 2 points on the board, but coming back to JW, serving 5-2. Look at that.
Point.
It looked kind of effortless. It's like, oh, let me just put it over here in the corner. And here's a look at a Franklin X40 instant replay.
6-2.
Looks like, all right, we'll look at that later.
He's getting a lot more pop, Kyle, off this new Franklin carbon paddle. Just the sound is different.
2-6.
Paddle technology's come a long way since the 2016 U.S. Open, Dave.
Point.
As has the ball. We were talking about that in the earlier match.
3-6.
So Lane was down 5-0, and now we're just a 3-point game. Oh, nice. What a point. Crowd like that. Even Brandon smiling at that.
That's got to be pretty frustrating for Brandon. He had a smile because that was a fun point, but there's a lot of work, a lot of great drops. Couldn't quite get in because that just relentless pressure from J-Dub at the net.
6-3.
And it was nice to see Johnson with a wry smile, a rare wry smile as well.
And then a quick error on the return. That last point, again, just took a little bit out of Brandon there. I'd like to see him take a little bit more time between some of these points, especially after a long rally, because there's 2 quick points you just can't give up to J-Dub Johnson.
2 very quick unforced errors there, and Lane will blow his second timeout here, Rusty.
Exactly, second timeout in the game called by Brandon Lane, and we'll take a quick Takea hydration break and hear from some great sponsors and be back with more from game number 1.
Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
And as we come back in the middle of game number 1 of this men's pro singles match, J.W. Johnson has a strong 8-3 lead against Brandon Lane. A timeout has been called by Lane after Johnson put 2 quick points on the board. And thank you for joining us here in Naples, Florida. Exactly, Lane changing the shirt there, just a few different things potentially to try to turn this around. I'm joined in the booth with 2 icons of the U.S. Open, multiple-time champions, Kyle Yates and Dave Weinbach. And here we go.
Point.
It's just such a smooth forehand. Effortless from J-Dub.
He really has Brendan guessing now on where he's going with that. That time Lane committing early, leaning to his left. JW recognizing that with a terrific pass.
And so those wondering, there was a change of sides. We are in the back draw going through. Brandon lost in the quarters to Hunter Johnson. And that's why there was a change of sides, and you're seeing JW on the other side because we're doing basically 1 game to 15.
And I was shocked to see J.W. Johnson here in the backdrop.
Yes,
I mean,
exactly.
he took a silver medal a few years ago here in this division,
Yep.
narrowly losing to Ben Johns that year. But Jack Foster took him out earlier today. Heck of a performance. Another
There, look at
perfect
that.
pass.
Yeah.
That's not even a bad return. It had okay depth, stayed low, middle. J-Dub didn't have much angle, and he still puts it right in the corner.
I watched that match earlier today where Jack Foster took down JW, and that's the best I've ever seen Jack Foster play singles, Kyle.
Well, he's really advancing his game. But again, it's exciting. Brandon Lane is new to Zing Zang Championship Court here. And yeah, the J.W. Johnson-Ben Johns match from 2022 was sort of nominated as one of the best matches of the year. Some great stuff has happened here. Historic stuff has happened here at Zing Zang Championship Court. Johnson actually at 11-3 right now.
Point. Timeout receiver. 12-3.
So at 12-3, Lane calls a timeout. And we will take another Takea hydration break. Hear from some of the amazing sponsors that make this amazing event possible.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Yola, for the champion in you. By Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand. And by Paddle Tech, the paddle of champions. Let's go again.
So as we come back from the timeout, Lane has no timeouts remaining. Timeout is over, and he's serving 3-12.
It's a perfect point by Brandon.
Yeah.
Great return, great punch deep in the corner, keep J-Dub pinned back. And those are the types of points you have to play. I'd like to see him try to work JW a little more too. Brandon's been doing most of the running this match. I'd like to see him try to mix it up now. He's down 3-12. Just going for passes is gonna be tough to come back.
He's got to get more on the offense. I feel like Brandon's been on the defense 98% of the time in this match so far.
Beautiful play.
That's what I'm talking about. That time he commanded the point.
Well, instead of just trying to punch the ball back deep and J-Dub just takes one step and gives him another crack, he brought him in, made him play a little softer. It's not really the style I would have wanted him to play originally, but if J-Dub's just going to sit the baseline and pass you all day, you've got to mix it up somehow.
Oh, amazing. just touched the line.
And a miss-hit volley winner. J-Dub's even laughing about it.
12-3.
And both people tip their head to the sky.
Good pressure from Brandon.
So we've just had previously JW's moving along. We've just had 2 side outs in a row with no points for JW. We'll see if this change in the tide can continue for Lane.
I love the drop from Brandon. And give credit to JW there on what a terrific cover.
12-3.
So he's 3 points away here, guys.
Goes wide and have another side out. So the point structure of the last few has kind of evened out. It's almost like we're in a little plateau right here.
3-12.
And a wild forehand there by Brandon. We have not seen that. And credit JW for the pressure that he's putting on Kyle.
12-3.
Yeah, I still think the physicality has gotten to Brandon a little bit. He's probably already played a couple matches today, and some of those early rallies he was moving a lot. You can definitely tell the legs are not quite 100%. That's definitely going to affect some of the consistency. Oh, good try on the chase down, but I don't know if the effort was worth it there. I think the energy is probably more important than that point. But
look at that replay. He's coming back towards
it.
He gets his paddle on it, but not quite. Yeah, so as a player, as an athlete, you're sort of conserving and figuring out which ones to go for and which ones to let go is significant.
Of course. I mean, obviously, credit to him for trying. I mean, obviously, he's not going to give up. He's a fighter. But then he misses the return on the next one because he's just gassed.
Right,
He just has no energy left. And so sometimes you have to know when to sacrifice a point to save another couple later on.
Especially your return, right?
Especially. He's already missed a few returns. Every time he's had a long rally, he's missed a return coming out of it. That's just a great performance from J.W. Johnson, though.
Yeah, with a strong victory, J.W. Johnson finds himself 15-3 over Brandon Lane, and he'll continue through this bracket.
He really never let Lane even in that match, Rusty. He took control early on, never looked back, kept the pressure on, and as you watch this last point develop here, Kyle, what'd you see?
Well, again, it was the early cat and mouse points from J-Dub, I think, just took a little bit of legs out of Brandon. You can see he's kind of limping a little, and at that point, again, if your effort level drops 5–10%,
looks like his back there,
J.W.
too.
Johnson is not going to show you any mercy. So the second Brandon level dropped, that's when it was over.
Well, we're excited to have more amazing action at the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, and we're going to have a break, some amazing sponsors, and don't go away. More action to come.
Ready for a real cocktail? Grab a Zing Zang ready-to-enjoy cocktail in a can. America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with vodka. Zing Zang Classic Margarita, tequila included. Mango margaritas made with tequila and real mango puree. And whiskey sours with real Kentucky bourbon. Real cocktails, real ingredients, really good. Zing Zang full-strength canned cocktails. Legendary taste, legendary day. Always ready.
Welcome back to Zing Zang Championship Court at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville, with a look from the baseline at Mari Humberg and Pei-Cheng Kao warming up. It's going to be some exciting stuff. I'm joined in the booth with Kyle Yates. I keep saying icon. I don't know if that embarrasses you, but so significant in the whole sport of pickleball. You can see there, Mari originally from Brazil. Last year, her first time, she's only been playing about a year and a half, and last year she found herself on center stage, won a gold in pro split age. Really strong player.
Yeah, last year here at this tournament was, I think, her real coming out party. Exactly. We got to see her in the split age. She's playing again with Sherry Quarter, and they won gold, I think, last year. Yeah. And that was the first time we really saw Mari, and she's really, you know, come into her game really well this year. We saw her at MLP, a lot of APP Tour events. And we're going to see a lot more. But the other side of the court, we have not seen a lot from. So I'm really excited for this matchup.
Pei-Cheng Kao, I found out, she originally from Taiwan. They discovered pickleball in Taiwan. She's currently based out of the UK, specifically London. She has played tennis for about 12 years, but there's not any sort of other significant story. But the part that's kind of fun is she discovered pickleball in Taiwan. And this is their first time to the U.S. ever. So, you know, to talk about the growth of the sport, right? If I were to talk to you 10 years ago when we first met and say, hey, pretty soon there's going to be a brand new discovery from Taiwan who will be playing in a championship pro bracket on this court, what would you have said?
Well, there's talent all over. It was just a matter of time. So I knew that happened eventually, but it's really cool to see some of these players, and especially from all over, coming in. You know, you would think the U.S. would dominate, but the fact that it is growing internationally is a great sign for our sport. You know, a lot of people throw out Olympics, and this is a good start. So I'm excited to see her play. I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, we are in a true global society, but it's exciting. You know, Mari did come and play tennis. I think she's talked about being recruited at one point by Simone when she was at Michigan State, and I think she wasn't too sure about the winters in Michigan, being from Brazil. But again, you have two international players. The men's gold we just saw, we had originally Mexico and Brazil, and we have another Brazilian and someone from Taiwan. And it's thrilling and so exciting for me. You know, again, pickleball in North America is huge, but I think we are just seeing something amazing happen around the world.
Yeah, and one of my favorite moments every year with the U.S. Open here is the flag ceremony. Yeah. Seeing all the countries represented, and it's really exciting to see, and it is such a global sport now, and I love it. So.
Yeah, and again, I told you in person, I'll say it publicly here, you know, Kyle Yates has been a great ambassador for the sport for so many years. You have traveled internationally, you know, you've been to other things, and what's some of your favorite, just maybe international memories, and then what's one of your favorite U.S. Open memories?
Well, there's so many U.S. Open memories.
Okay, we'll start with that then.
Yeah, well, there's too many to count, but because I haven't missed the U.S. Open, don't plan on it, but the Pickleball World Cup in Lima, Peru last year was a blast. Yeah. So you show up and you get to see all these different countries with their jerseys and their teams, but it's such a community atmosphere. So they're there for competition, but they're really there just to meet other pickleball enthusiasts from all over the world. So that was really exciting, and I'm excited to go back again this October to Lima, Peru for that.
Yeah, and we got that view of some people trying to make their way past security to get into the world-famous Zing Zang Championship Court, and some exciting stuff happening. You know, this, again, you were here the first year before the shade structure was built. A lot of people talk about this being the favorite court to play on. It really is unlike any other. There's some big tennis arenas that have been converted, but this is the most unique, I think, dedicated pickleball open-air arena type thing. What's special about it for you? You're smiling.
Well, I'm smiling because I remember before there were even pickleball courts. There was the skate park over there and a roller hockey rink over here and some tennis courts. So to see this park here, East Naples Community Park, build into this Naples Pickleball Center is amazing. And who would have predicted it?
Yeah, and again, special thank you to Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. They even have a little URL, sportsinparadise.com, if you want to learn more about that. It's not just pickleball, but we are about to get started. I think as soon as they cut the GJ music over there. So they're looking around, getting ready to get going. And again, there's another shot of Pei-Cheng Kao. We're about to start in this women's pro match. They're playing through the bracket. One moment. It's the biggest pickleball party in the world, and we got to get the party to stop for a second so the gameplay can begin, Kyle, right? You've heard
priorities.
The music playing.
Priorities.
On my left, serving is
Here goes the ref.
Pei Kao. My right receiving is Mari Humberg. Good luck, players. Time in.
Pei-Cheng Kao start us off here.
Side out.
with a quick side out, comes back to Humberg.
Both of these ladies with that Pro XR paddle known to get a lot of spins. We're going to see a lot of really good angles. I'm expecting a lot of good topspin shots, a lot of power, especially from Mari. I know her singles game a little bit better than Bay Cow's, but heavy slice, and she comes in.
We saw that last year. Just like it's like she's just chopping away at that. Her backhand is just like ka-chung.
It's tough to hit it clean. The ball's spinning that fast. You really have to accelerate through it. The paddle's just not going to grab that ball. But Pei-Shen handled it pretty well there, but she's going to have to dial that in here over the course of this match.
Looks like the ball ended up popping into the Margaritaville License to Chill Lounge with a little help from the fans. We got the ball back.
2-0.
We're up at 2-0. Humberg with an initial lead.
A little love from the net there for Cow. It's funny, the point was really played the exact same. It was a big serve from Mari, followed up with a heavy slice and an approach. And then Pei-Shen Cow with the two-handed backhand roll. But she's staying back. I'd like to see her try to come in off some of those returns.
Point.
That slice didn't work that time for Mari, but I think she's going to stick with that.
1-2.
There you go. I love seeing Cow come in on that one.
Yeah,
hadn't got to the net yet this match, but good approach, followed in. That just shows confidence. If you're hitting and staying back, you're just hesitating. It's not going to get the job done against a player like Mari.
2-2.
I'm going to recall the score. A little microphone feedback there.
Side out. Two.
So tied up at 2-2. Ball almost pops over, but then comes back to Humberg. I think, you know, you love, I don't know, there's Humberg smiling, Cow smiling.
2-2.
That's just the atmosphere here. Always is. Everyone's out here competing, but it's so enjoyable to be playing on this special court. Probably the most famous court in pickleball. Yeah. And so you just have to appreciate the moment, not take it too seriously, although you know they're going to compete.
2-2.
So with a side out, it comes back to Humberg.
Again, electing to stay back. I don't love that play, but it's going to pay off there.
Side out.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that earlier, the evolution of the singles game, which
2-2.
I might touch on in a moment. Oh, a little pop over the net again. Humberg apologizes, but of course the point, you know, you'll take it, right?
Mm-hmm. And more laughs from both sides, so it's a pretty lighthearted match.
Franklin X40 replay, pop.
2-2.
Those tend to even out over the course of a match.
Yeah.
You can't dwell on that too long. Another heavy slice and approach. Pei handled it well.
Yeah. Cow with a little fist bump there, keeping Humberg from getting any points on the board, forces a side out. Here's a look at the instant replay. She drives it.
Yeah, after that point, I think Mari's going to have to be careful with some of these slices, because I haven't seen Pei-Shen struggle really with it yet. Some players tend to struggle with that backspin, and she's getting under it and rolling it really well. So I'd like to see Mari try to mix it up, just to change it up a little bit, change the spins, and give Pei-Shen a different look so she doesn't dial in those passing shots.
3-2.
There's a 3-2 lead here.
Looks like that goes a little long. You get another point on the board for Pei-Shen Cow.
Four, 2.
Beautiful passes.
Yeah.
Beautiful. But that's what that backspin that Mari's giving her is allowing her to do. If she steps up into those with confidence and accelerates, she's getting a lot of topspin on those balls.
And a quick look at that Franklin X40 replay as Cal puts it away, and a timeout has been called. Takea hydration break. If you're thirsty and you're here, head on over to the Takea booth. Everybody else, stay tuned for more great action at Zing Zang Championship Court.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Total Pickleball, your one-stop pickleball shop. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Takea, hydration is an all-day game. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, save the date, April 26th to May 3rd, 2025.
Yes, with the last look there, May 2025, come on out. And you can be like these people here who are filling the stands, and we're taking a look as they watch a singles pro game unfold. We have some great action here, some senior pro singles and some men's and women's pro singles. We've seen a lot of international stuff happening, and it's just, I'm shocked. I know we all predicted it. It's growing around the world, but some amazing stuff happening here today. And Cal serves to Humberg. Started out upside down. Humberg put some initial points, was able to kind of tie it up, and so now we have a 5-2 lead, which is not that much in singles.
No. Very streaky game. But again, I think Pichin just got a little dialed in on some of these slice returns of Mari. Again, I'd like to see Mari try to change it up here and not let Pichin get too comfortable, because she's starting to dial in her shots, and so far from what I've seen, that's very dangerous. Beautiful ground strokes, nice passes. Out of Taiwan.
5-2.
So Cal serves. Yeah, but she just...
Yeah, that slice was a little too much to handle that time, but...
And she's sort of coming across and under, not just sort of straight under.
2-5.
It stays so low. She just gets so much spin on it. It's rotating so fast that you have to accelerate so quickly to grab that ball, because if you don't, it's just going to go bottom of the net. So Pichin's smiling over there. She's laughing, but I think she'll dial it in. She's already hit a couple nice ones off it so far. Another slice. There's a good whip, and that's what you're allowed to do with that backspin.
Yeah. I mean, I think even though obviously Humberg lost the point, you know, there's a lot you can observe from her shot before, and we'll take a look here. Let's see if we see it a little bit after Cal puts it away. But yeah, the ball control and the way people are hitting continues to evolve.
Nice pickup. Good control. She's striking those with a little more confidence now.
She's a little excited about that. Deep, like almost right on the line. Not much you can do. And here's a quick look, and bam. Yeah, Humberg was just looking at it. I think she thought it was going out.
Oh, Mari's got one of the best one-handed volley rolls in the women's game. You don't see a lot of girls. A lot of girls tend to go with a two-hander and pull. Mari can reach.
Right here.
See how early she takes that to get a little more angle. So strong with it.
So Cal just served. We're in the middle of the point.
Great rally here. Battle of backhands.
Side out.
That slice just nicking the net tape.
Forcing a side out. Again, beautiful weather this week, right? It's so mild here right now. So at 6-3, Cal serves.
Point.
Relatively low humidity too for Southwest Florida this time of year. It's beautiful out.
Yeah, everybody's crossing their fingers for some amazing weather all week long. So with the side out, we're up at 7-3 now.
Point. Timeout. Change ends. 8-3. 1 minute.
So since we're in the back draw, I get to 8 out of 15, and we're going to change sides, take another Takea hydration break, and hear from some of the great sponsors who make this event possible, and be back on championship court in a moment.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Nature Made, the official vitamin of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Arnicare, fragrance-free pain and bruise relief. Up your game without the pain. Available where you shop. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And remember, you can purchase the official U.S. Open Pickleball Championships apparel at kitschpickleball.com.
Because they're just going to tee off on it with topspin.
Okay.
Most women don't accelerate quick enough to...
So with a shot there coming back. So you see Mari Humberg picking up her paddle to head back out after this change of sides. So again, we are in the back draw here. We're playing 1 game to 15. Cal has an 8-3 lead. Thank you for joining us here to be a part of one of the most unique events, a historical event, the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. This Pei Cheng Cal.
Side out.
With a 5-point lead, gets a side out. Go ahead.
Yeah, we just switched sides, right? We just switched sides, and Mari is down 8-3, and she's over there, and she had a coach in her booth talking, and I'd like to see if they make any sort of tactical change. If she sticks to the same patterns, or if she tries to do something different. Because clearly, Pei Cheng Cal, I think she was testing her for a while, is handling it pretty well. And so I'd like to see any sort of change to try to get Pei Cheng a little bit out of her comfort zone here. Another slice. Beautiful drop volley. She's going to get there.
There you go.
It's even right there with that drop volley, bring Pei Cheng in. She hadn't hit that shot yet the whole match. So just changing the pattern for a couple rallies just to kind of give her some more looks, something else to think about. Could be a difference maker here in this comeback attempt.
5-8.
Yeah, and a couple quick points on the board.
Big serve.
Point.
So 3 points in a row. 4, 5, 6. You know, talking both with some of the other people here with Pei Cheng Cal, and they're just thrilled to be here, thrilled to be a part of pickleball. Wow, we talk about runs, right? You go from down 3, and now we're a 1-point game.
7-8.
Be interesting if she gets more points if the timeout's called.
Point.
Again, that little break, right? A little timeout on the side switch. Mari comes out, is hitting her serves a little bit harder, and Pei Cheng maybe comes out a little bit flatter than before the switch, and all of a sudden 8-8. But another big serve. Pei Cheng forced to stay back. Heavy slice return.
Point.
Yeah, Mari's slices are staying a little lower now. Hitting them with a little more confidence. They're staying lower. They're not floating as much, not giving Pei Cheng as much time to set up. It made the difference in the last couple rallies here.
Okay, so 5 points.
9-8.
When do you call a timeout?
Two points ago. I would have liked to see one 2 points ago, but she's going to weather the storm here.
Oh. Now we are going to 15, so in my brain I'm like, oh, we're almost at 11, but I got to remember 15. But still, it's a little pop off the net. Humberg sort of gets a little chicken wing, but she's able to put it away. 10-8, strong serve.
She tried to get a little too cute with it.
Kind of pops the net cord, goes back the other way. It's a big side out.
I love shots like that from Mari, though. Some crafty stuff. She'll go with some angles, some spins that you don't typically see from a lot of the women. Huge forehand from Mari.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely would like to see a timeout here, just to slow her opponent down a little bit. But again, Cal's gonna weather the storm.
Point.
Well, I mean, years ago, timeouts weren't used that strategically. And we even made a video, when to use a timeout. In every other pro sport, timeouts are extremely strategic, right?
11-8.
Huge forehand. She's going to need that to get a little bit of energy back. But again, some of those serves from Mari, she's hit them so deep with so much spin, so much pace. I think Patient's struggling to get that return back deep, and then so she's getting pinned at the baseline, and not really where you want to be in singles rallies. So she's got to try to find a way to get back on the offensive end here, leaning into some of her shots. There we go. Attacking the net. There you go. That's exactly the point she needed. Try to get a little bit more proactive in some of these rallies, not just reacting.
9-11.
Beautiful two-handed on the line.
Here we'll take a look at a Franklin instant replay. Yeah, look at that.
10-11.
Oh, try to get the little around the post there.
Go out.
Oh, the hand down, the finger up, so shot was called good, but we'll take a look here, see if we can see it. Yeah, it didn't look into me.
It was really close to being the shot of the day. And that would have been nice.
11-10.
That would have been nice, too, tie it up at 11s, but Mari's going to get the serve back here. Likes to heavy slice. Check that ball for smoke, Rusty. But again, that's what the heavy slice that Mari's giving is going to allow sometimes. If she floats that and it stays up in the air too long and lets Patience set up, get her feet set, gets her weight transfer, she's going to be able to smoke some of those balls. And she's hitting the ball so clean on some of those.
Oh. I mean, Mari just really pulled her outside there, you know. And
that's right. But that's what the drop volley gets you. You know, some of those,
here it is there.
Some of those passing shots from Patient from the baseline are so good that I like the drop volley there. Again, get her on the run. Don't let her set up. That one's staying a little bit lower. The drop volley again, and it's going to work again.
Yeah, and that's, you know, you're there. Do I go right? Do I go left? And that's sort of the, almost like she maybe held off just long enough. Pei-Chen goes to the right, and she was able to get behind her.
Yeah. Well, that drop volley is so neutralizing. You know, it's very hard to hit a clean pass when the ball's that low, that close to net. You're on the run. But I like that adjustment from Mari. She's hit a lot more in the last 10 or so points than the first 10. Oh, great cover in anticipation.
Yeah, with a little bobble moment there in the beginning. Let's see if we can see the Franklin X40 replay. Yeah, that was a nice point. She sees Chung with a fist pump there from Cao. So 2-point game. You don't like to do that, right?
I prefer not to. But it's over. Now on to the next one.
So
11-12.
1 point. 11-12. Oh, good get. Good cover.
Point.
And here we are, tied up again.
And the veteran that Mari Humberg is taking a timeout.
1 minute.
With a quick Franklin instant replay. She's able to get it. So, yes, as you say, we got a timeout call, Takea hydration break. And we're going to hear some more from these great sponsors. Thank you to everyone. One more quick look there at the referee. We'll be back in a moment.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Fat Tire, crisp, clean, and refreshing. The perfect post-play beer. By Zing Zang. The #1 Bloody Mary brand is on fire with Zing Zang Blazing Bloody Mary. And by Deco Turf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
With a look at some of the fans there in the crowd enjoying themselves, you can see there's this slight breeze coming into Zing Zang Championship Court. We're a little bit later in the day. And the last billboard I think we saw there was Decatur. Special thanks to them. They've been a part of the U.S. Open since 2016 here at East Naples Community Park. Kyle, you were talking about how amazing this community, this public facility is, with 64 dedicated Decatur surface courts and a tie game at 12-12.
Another beautiful two-handed pass on the line. That may be the 4th or 5th of this match from Pei-Shin Kao, Taiwan. But this facility, I remember 8 years ago, it was a struggle to convince the county to invest in a little-known sport called pickleball, and now they can't get enough.
Side out.
So we get a side out. The serve comes back to Mari Humberg.
And we got a packed house tonight too. First day of the U.S. Open. Full crowd here for some women's pro singles.
It was nice.
Point.
Coming down the wire here too. 13-13.
13-13.
We've got a win by 2 scenario here, Rusty.
So is there a chance to just go to 15?
Ooh, good cover from Mari. That backhand on the line of Kao is dangerous. And Mari keeps flirting with it. I don't know if that's a great idea, but she covered it that time.
14-13.
Game and a match point right here.
And there's the beautiful drop volley to win.
Now what a way to end it, right? You were talking about how great her drop volley is. Both players, you know, smiling and, you know, happy to be here. But the victory goes to Mari Humberg with a score of 15-13 with a well-fought match. I believe we are going to take a moment to take a look at that last point, Kyle. There it is, right?
It was smart, yeah. Earlier in the match, she was volleying those back deep, and Kao's ground strokes proved to be so precise. She was passing left and right. Once she started hitting those drops, now you're bringing Pei-Shin in. She's having to play more of a cat and mouse, maybe a game she's not quite as used to, and she's not able to set up and attack as much.
And now we're going to take a quick break, and special thank you to some of our sponsors, but don't go away. We have more great action from the U.S. Open coming up.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Here on Florida's Paradise Coast, you can't help but think, if only every beach was this beautiful. If only every adventure was this exciting. If only every dinner was this special. If only every sky was this dramatic. All of which proves one thing. When you want a vacation to deliver only the finest of everything, only Paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit margaritavilleresorts.com.
And we are back with another great look from the baseline. Coming up, we're going to have a men's pro gold match with Jack Foster and Chris Hayworth. And you can see sort of briefly in the far court there, getting the ball right now, that's Chris Hayworth and Jack Foster. So, you know, there's been some amazing upsets in the men's pro gold singles bracket, Kyle.
mean, the whole field is tough, but you have the #1 seed, J.W. Johnson, back this year. He's gotten a silver medal in the past in this division, but he got knocked out by Florida Gator Jack Foster earlier today. And then you have Hunter Johnson, who is the defending champ from last year, got knocked out by Chris Hayworth earlier today. So we're going to have a new first-time U.S. Open Pro Men's Singles champion today.
Exactly, and I think, two people who are, not just new champions, but they're new here to championship court. To play in this, so it's exciting. Again, there's a little bit look of Jack. He's grown up a lot. So he's younger, and just even in the last few years, his game has really improved.
Sure, he plays a lot with the APP Next Gen, a lot of those tournaments. But again, he's young, but he's not necessarily a rookie. He's been playing some high-level pro pickleball for a handful of years now. But it's great to see him in the finals. I think the Florida crowd might be rooting for him here.
Right. Yeah, the Florida Gators. You're obviously a Florida boy, as many people know. So how significant? Obviously, we said the weather's not so much. Well, here's a quick look at Chris, right? Those are some of his players. Earlier this year, he defeated Ben Johns in singles. So he's, strong player.
Strong. He's had a lot of success this year, too. He's had a handful of gold medals in singles in the last 6 months. Tall, strong. Solid game. He's going to be tough. This will be a very athletic match from these guys.
Yeah, I was going to say, height, and traditionally in tennis, whatever, significant. How much is height a factor in singles? The court's smaller, but how much is it a factor?
It helps with reach. So he's tough to pass. So Chris does everything. Chris does everything well, but he's very tough to pass and has fantastic ground strokes, especially his backhand. So he's dangerous. Jack's going to have to really keep the ball down and be on with some of his passing shots. But if he plays anything like he did earlier today, this is going to be a really close one.
Right, so they were there consulting with the ref, getting some information, kind of figuring out the sides that they're going to be playing. We'll be warming up, kind of practicing. So here's a question. A lot of people have different thoughts. So you have your opponents warming up against each other, right? Are you trying to do something? Are you trying to read? Like, what are you thinking? You've been in this position.
Yeah, you try not to show them too much. You hit a couple shots that are feeling good. You don't show them a ton. But most of these guys, these guys probably warmed up already beforehand for their opponent. So this is more just getting some of those jitters out before the match. Obviously, it's you get in your head a little bit before a gold medal match, especially a U.S. Open final, and you get out on center court. Again, like you said, this is the first final that these guys have both had here at the U.S. Open, so there's probably a lot of nerves. So you're just kind of coming out here, swinging away, shaking it off, and just trying to settle in the moment.
Yeah, I think as we look at different ways that people play, we noticed we talked about how JW seems sort of just more mellow on the court. Earlier as I was walking around this morning, looking at the bracket, Jack really aggressive, a lot of sliding. I think we made a video years ago watching, I think, some of Tyson McGuffin sliding, and we're like, are we skating here? And I noticed Jack doing a lot of the reaches and the slides. And how does the way you navigate the court differ when you think about that? Because it is different players, totally different.
Well, Jack's a high energy player, and he needs to play with a lot of energy and tenacity. You don't really want him getting lazy. His game relies on a lot of offense and a lot of quickness and a lot of shot making. And if you get a little lazy, your consistency, your accuracy goes down. So he's going to need a lot of energy this match. He's got to keep his feet moving. Chris, a little bit bigger, a little bit smoother mover, meaning just a little bit more efficient with his footwork. So I wouldn't expect him to really get tired. But Jack's young, and he's looking pretty good out there today. So I think this will be a good match. I don't think physicality will become too much of an issue here, I hope.
Yeah. Speaking of energy, you see, I believe that's Heather from Margaritaville throwing some things out to the crowd. People love that. Special shout out and thank you to Margaritaville for not only the Licensed Chill Lounge, but also, being a long-term sponsor of the U.S. Open and supporting pickleball in general. But there's something kind of fun about the U.S. Open. Again, people are like, who wants it? We also saw a shot of the family with the baby there, some future pickleball players, and it's this place is truly special.
Yeah, the greatest female player of all time, Simone Jardine, walking by there.
Yeah.
The crowd loves her here.
Oh, absolutely. I think earlier she was kind of down. Georgia Johnson was having a really strong match, and she almost shut Simone out. I think you were still on the plane, maybe on your way, working your way all the way from Costa Rica, but she was down either 9 or 10-0. Simone finally got a point. Everybody was cheering, and she's like, not today. Maybe another day, but not today. It's kind of hard to be competing against her on this court because she's such a fan favorite in this part of the country here.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, every point against Georgia Johnson is something to celebrate.
Yeah,
she's so talented. But
yeah, and her game has, I mean, again, you're from Florida. A lot of these people in this area, you know, you've seen, even Ben, I remember where you were one of the people kind of helped Ben get started, I believe, yeah?
Ben and his family found pickleball here in Southwest Florida.
Yeah.
There were not a lot of people his age playing, or my age playing. I was a few years older than him, so it was nice to have someone close to my age to be able to practice with.
Yeah.
And play with, as opposed to, you know, my mom and her friends.
Yeah. Well, you're multiple generations, and you know, remember your Uncle Mike, you know, and so many great people connected to the experience. Your mom, so dedicated as a volunteer, and they got the booth. But again, there in the blue, we have Jack Foster, and we're getting ready for the gold medal match in the men's pro at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. With the white hat, if you're just joining us, that's Chris Hayworth. Again, who's every hydration is critical, thanks to one of our sponsors, the Takea Hydration Break. But again, so many great people and volunteers. I'll get, you know, Kyle, you've been here and you've met some and you've seen some of these volunteers over the years. So as a player, what does it mean to have all those people involved in, you know, when you think about all those volunteers, what do you think about?
Well, they just love this so much, and they're so proud of this event and the pickleball in this area, and being able to host such a world-class event here in Naples, Florida. So a lot of it's just pride. You know, they are volunteers. They're donating their time all week to this, and they work relentlessly. But again, everyone here is so passionate about pickleball, and that's why we feel Southwest Florida is the pickleball capital of the world.
So as we get ready, the people are ready to go, and we're gonna chill out the music at the biggest pickleball party in the world, and we're gonna see some singles action here with two new players coming to Zing Zang Championship Court. So for the first time for Chris Hayworth and Jack Foster, ready to face off. As their names are getting announced to the audience, we have some cheers going on a little bit.
15 seconds.
And here we go.
This is game one.
Referee.
Time in, 0-0. Side out.
Quick side out.
Chris is so cool, calm, and collected.
0-0.
See, he's not a really loud player. He just kind of dials in. Jack is the opposite. You're gonna see fist pumps. You're gonna hear some yells. That's what you want to see. That just shows a confident Jack Foster. That's not really what you want to see across the net from you. Two beautiful inside-out rolls down to Hayworth backhand there. Clearly that seems to be the strategy Jack's starting off with. Big serve, short angle roll in the approach.
Side out.
Better return there from Chris.
So with a quick 2 points on the board of Foster, comes back to Hayworth. Franklin X40 instant replay there.
0-2.
Little pop into the net. Hayworth serves 0-2. Rolls over the net.
Side out.
Good pickup off that drop from Hayworth. You're seeing a lot more of those short little drops, even in singles. It's getting so tough to pass some of these guys. You've got to get the ball down, force them to play a little bit softer of a ball. Oh, it's just wide, but Hayworth was all over that cross-court volley.
Yeah, that was close.
3-0.
Big deep serve again from Foster. We'll take every free point we can get in this game.
Yeah, but I mean, big swing, big serve.
A little long there. Foster is notorious for that iconic wind-up that he does before his forehand. Huge, loopy swing.
0-4.
Smart drop volley there. Yeah, so far, I mean, the pressure from Foster. I mean,
Here's a quick look. Yeah,
4-0.
the touch, right? I mean,
yeah, you set that up with the first few, right? Really aggressive deep balls. And then you kind of push the other player back, keep the pressure on, and then you drop as they're on their heels. So it's nice to see him mixing it up early, keeping Hayworth guessing. Some of those drives from Hayworth just hitting the top of the net early. You'll see some adjustments being made, and those will start falling in here pretty soon.
4-0.
Couple no-point side outs in a row for both. And Foster.
Another missed return, and there's an early timeout from Hayworth.
So with a score of 5-0, we're going to take another Takea hydration break as Chris Hayworth sees if he can get some points on the board.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
Welcome back to Zing Zang Championship Court with a wire view there as the referee comes back to the side, calls time in. Jack Foster in the blue serving to Chris Hayworth. That was nice.
Hand roll is 3 for 3 now.
That forehand roll, he's 3 for 3 now. That aggressive roll to the backhand, and he comes in behind it. There's not a whole lot his opponent can do with that ball besides maybe dink it.
Good hustle.
Good hustle. We left that one a little high.
Yeah. Hayworth's like, make sure you can't come all the way back to the other side again. But that's part of the athleticism as we take a look here. All the way across on the right, almost turns backward to get it, keeps it in play. Ultimately, Hayworth puts it away.
Well, it's just vintage Jack Foster. Very athletic style of pickleball. High octane, a lot of energy.
Oh,
beautiful cross-court volley.
Point.
A little long 7. So Hayworth, not overly emotional in general, but right now kind of pretty sedate. He's got to be thinking something. So we're now 8-0.
You can tell he's getting a little frustrated. He's staying pretty calm, not getting too upset, but he's definitely getting frustrated. But a lot of the misses have been kind of the same. He's not quite getting under some of these shots. So I don't know if he just needs to, stay a little lower through the swing, or if that ball of Jack Foster's dipping a little more than he's used to. But he's got to dial it in here pretty soon, because you can't just let your opponent run away with a match like this. And that pass just barely misses.
Yeah. So close. Foster calls it out. Another side out.
8-0.
Better return from Hayworth. That's going to pay off for him.
So you have these moments, obviously side out, side out, side out, but we're coming up on the 9th serve in a row. See if you can get a point. Thank you to Franklin X40 for their sponsorship. I mean, so at that, he's been a number of these down the lines he's missing. Do you try to go cross court?
He's just trying to find the ball right now. He's hit a few in the net, a little bit long, just not quite dialed in. And Jack's coming out, full speed, hasn't made a lot of errors, some good efficient offense. So Jack's kind of came in just a little bit more clean, a little more energy.
Jack accidentally stepped on the ball. So he said he accidentally stepped on the ball. as he was going after it, so they're switching the ball out.
Yeah, so Jack's just playing a little more energy right now, a little bit more dialed in.
8-0.
He's not gonna slow down for his opponent too.
Ball goes wide, side out. But yeah, you know, every time you see Foster, he's smiling, and Hayworth trying to figure out how to get the first point.
He's gonna get one there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how often is that first point a tipping point? You know,
Well, it's
like,
huge. It's just a kind of a relief, right? A lot of nerves, especially here, first U.S. Open final. So if you sometimes you just get one on the board, and you take that breath. Okay,
Right.
we're in the match now. See if he can follow it up here. Unfortunate off the top of the net, and the ball sails long.
You see the sigh there and the expression. And now we come back with a 7-point lead. Now Jack Foster serves in the gold match. Ah, that was nice there.
It's just a much better return. Great close, that volley. I mean, full stretch too. Full stretch, gets that second hand on there to pull the ball across. It makes it look so easy.
Okay, here we go, 2.
2-8.
It's a nice pass. And you're going to see Jack take a timeout here, I think.
Time receiver. 3-8.
Right. You
That's
called
smart.
it. You
That's
called
smart.
it. So with a quick 2 points on the board, we're at 3-8. Jack Foster takes a timeout, and we'll take a Takea hydration break.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Yola, for the champion in you. By Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand. And by Paddle Tech, the paddle of champions. Let's go again.
After this.
So as we come back after that Takea hydration break, we've gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 8 or 9 serves where Hayworth could put a board on the board, and then quickly in the last 2 interchanges, he's up to 3-8. We'll see if he can continue that run.
Great return from Foster. Yeah, it's just early in the match. I think Foster came out a little bit looser, a little more aggressive, was making some shots. Hayworth just barely missing a few, maybe overthinking some of the passes. Once he made a couple, he kind of settled in a little bit. And now I think you're going to see a lot more even matchup, a lot more side outs.
Good get. 2 lobs there. Oh. Foster, 2 lobs, risky, someone who's over 6 feet tall, and ends up working in his favor. We'll take a look at a Franklin X40 instant replay right here. The lob comes up. Unfortunately, you gotta hate that, right? My whole life is like every overhead I hit, I think is into the net. You're laughing, but
I'm laughing because we've all hit overheads in the net before. Even the best players in the world. But no harm done. Hayworth's got the serve back here at 3-9.
3-9.
Beautiful pass there. I think it clipped the net a little bit. Just skipped over Foster's paddle.
I mean, is he saying got it? Or is he just grunting? It sounds like he's saying got it, like, you know, like he's talking to his partner.
I think that's just his grunt, his exhale. But that's the Foster you're going to get, right? He's vocal, he's loud, he's not afraid to show that passion. Hayworth a little more reserved.
Foster serves 9-4, 2 points away from
serve went a little long, but I like it. I like that he's still going for it. You can't get comfortable with a 9-4 lead. You've got to find a way to keep going for your shots.
Ooh, a little pop on the net. Hayworth gets it.
He's going to get to it, and another nice volley.
Well, and that last touch there, you know, to be able to hit that sharp angle, but then soft enough. You know, it looks so simple, but it's not the easiest shot in the world to do. And so with that,
9-4.
Foster once again at 9-4. Oh. So after a back forth left and right, Hayworth's able to keep him moving. Take a look at a Franklin X40 instant replay. Just flips it back there. Foster can't quite get it. Serve goes back to Hayworth.
4-9.
The ball's going to stay in. Cute little dink. That ball's going to stay in as well.
Oh, and it goes long.
I think he was hoping that lob was going to land wide. Just caught the line.
Yeah. Here we take a look. Franklin X40 replay. From this angle, it's hard, but you're right on the line. And then this one dropped on the line again. So we come back to the game already and play again.
Nice drop volley. Foster points to his coach, Frank Anthony Davis, in the booth. Taps on his head. Smart plays. Again, Jack, he's young, right? He's young, but he's been playing a long time. So he's not a rookie. He's a young veteran. He knows the game well. He's going to be able to adjust. He's playing high level but smart pickleball right now. Unlucky on that pass there.
It's a quick side out, but to go from, you know, we're down 8-0 and now we're just at basically a 4-point game. Still Hayworth, even though fighting to keep those last 2 points to go to Foster.
But that's all mental. I mean, that's pickleball, right? It's so streaky because again, Jack comes out hot. Hayworth a little bit slow start. And then Foster gets that big lead, maybe gets a little too comfortable. Hayworth maybe gets that sense of, well, I'm already down so big, I might as well relax. Hits a couple nice shots and kind of starts clawing his way back in. So how does Foster now get back dialed in to a little bit more of an offensive role when now Hayworth is playing a little more confident? From now on, we've got a match. Hayworth, I think, weathered this early storm from Foster, and now we're going to see a tighter match, one we were expecting from the beginning.
5-9.
It's a good low return. He's not really letting Hayworth get enough pace on some of those passes.
Coaching, you asked for advice, and I heard it behind me.
Foster's going to get a technical warning for coaching from the booth.
It's a little challenging, right? You know, kind of saying something to the ref, you got to kind of figure it out. So they call a timeout at the same. Well, no, they didn't call a timeout because obviously then they'd be talking in the booth. So we're hanging here a little bit. So yeah, you know, we were talking earlier about some of the energy and talking about some of the different people. Obviously, there's some conversations that are happening, and you know, even coaching. The idea of coaching, you know, having different people. You say, oh, so and so's coach, so and so coach. That's a newer thing in the sport as well, right? I mean, not brand new, but way back in the when.
Sure. Well, the matches are so close now, and there's so many talented players, and all the points, you get to see a lot of patterns, and so it just helps having another pair of eyes watching to notice some things. As a player, you're kind of already too caught up, focused on the match. Maybe you don't notice some things. So it's nice having a coach kind of keeping you focused on the game plan, maybe recognizing a couple patterns that are effective and kind of reinforcing. And for Jack, too, just kind of an emotional support as well.
Yeah, definitely, you know, a more passionate player. You're talking about his sliding, Frank Anthony Davis as well, another very kind of aggressive. You watch him playing singles all over the court. But, you know, there's that brief moment. The ref's going to kind of... So you got to be careful right now, right? You know, you want to mouth off. So it's a little bit challenging there. You can see Foster getting a little bit frustrated potentially with the referee, but you know that's a challenge. You don't want to mouth off and get a technical, right? So
now is not the time to get technical fouls.
It's really 9-5, right? So you know, sometimes with that passion and on the court in terms of energy, sometimes comes a little bit of emotional heat up, and you don't want that to throw you off, right? I mean, you've seen more than one player's game, you know, suffer a little bit when the emotions tip.
Sure, but also Foster's one of those players that he does need to kind of release some of that energy. Yeah, so that's how he channels it. But
so here he is, 2 points away.
You have no timeouts remaining. You have 1 timeout remaining. Time in.
As you hear there, no timeouts remaining for Foster.
9-5.
Calls the score. 9-5.
Great hands from Foster. So I love the play there from Hayworth, because Foster had actually gotten him the first 3 times on those short drops to the backhand.
See it here.
You see Hayworth handles it super well, pulling it cross towards the dink, and actually had a good look there with the forehand, and Jack Foster just a little bit ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, he heated it up, and it was kind of into his right armpit a little bit, but he was able to put it back into the court.
10-5.
And so here he is with game point.
Another big serve.
Final score 11-5.
That big serve works well, so we go. Game number 1's in the books with Foster taking it 11-5. But don't go away, because game number 2 to see who can claim champion at the U.S. Open in the Pro Singles Gold is coming back. So let's take a look here, Kyle. That big serve you're talking about.
Hayworth missed a handful of returns in the net this game, but Foster's got a big, deep, heavy topspin serve. I think Hayworth is struggling getting under some of those. I'm looking to see some better adjustments to the second game.
So with one final look at Foster celebrating, we'll come back to see if he can claim game number 2.
From the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
The road to number 1 is never easy, but staying on top is just as hard. Winning becomes more than a goal. It becomes an expectation. Practices get longer, training more intense. Every game needs to be your best, because that's what you're gonna get. So, is it all worth it? Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
So as we take a look at the crowd there, we got a little hang loose sign coming back to Zing Zang Championship Court. And we're going to be entering into game number 2. Game number 1 went to Jack Foster. And Kyle, what do you expect to maybe see different after this point here?
Well, the first game, Foster did a great job dictating play. Big serves, good, efficient offense. Hayworth came out just missing some passes, uncharacteristically missing some passes. I'd like to see him put a little bit more energy into this one. He's maybe just a little too nonchalant. You know, Foster just seems like he's willing to work a little bit harder right now. I think that'll start evening out here soon, especially when it gets into crunch time. Huge backhand from Foster. I'm sorry, Hayworth. Good adjustment too. Foster did a good job dropping that ball low to the backhand of Hayworth that first game, and Hayworth couldn't quite handle it effectively, but he did that time. Those are some of those little adjustments he's going to have to make to.
Yeah, Hayworth frustrated there, man.
A wise man once said, "Respect the net." Hayworth has hit way too many of these balls in the net this match for his liking.
That one wasn't, though. Yeah, was you quoting Weinbach?
Absolutely.
Dave has
the Badger.
Take a look here. Franklin X40 instant replay. Kind of comes up with a big cross court. Coming back to the point already underway.
Point.
Hayworth able to drop that over. Foster not quite able to get it back.
Yeah. Foster was there, but I like the shot selection from Hayworth. Playing a little more tactically.
So different than game number 1. First point goes to Hayworth.
That is a big forehand. Now we're starting to see the Hayworth we were expecting.
Two, 0.
Yes. Come on, man.
Side out.
Fight.
So with 2 points on the board, a side out. Sends it back to Foster.
0-2. Point.
Ball goes just a little bit long.
1-2.
You are not going to see much better execution in pickleball singles than that.
Yeah.
It's a huge serve. Instead of going for the straight pass, he likes to roll that ball cross court low, forcing Hayworth to actually short hop and hit more of a defensive floaty ball, which gave Foster all the time in the world just to turn it and roll to the other side. That's placement over power. And a nice two-handed cross court there from Foster. Back in it, tied at 2s.
And now with another point, he's up 3-2.
He's up 3-2.
But definitely a different game
3-2.
than game number 1. Little pop on the net.
Another smart play as he goes for the drop instead of that outright pass. The Jack Foster of a couple of years ago would have just
here it is,
ran and ripped everything. I love the mixing up of the speeds, the angles. We got a timeout from Hayworth.
So with 4 quick points on the board, Hayworth calls a timeout to see if he can stop Foster's progression. We'll take a Takea hydration break and be back to the court in a moment.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Total Pickleball, your one-stop pickleball shop. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of products. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Takea, hydration is an all-day game. And by the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, save the date, April 26th to May 3rd, 2025.
And looking forward to another year in the future in May in 2025 of the U.S. Open. But here we are today at Zing Zang Championship Court on day number 1 of pro singles. And we are in game number 2 where Jack Foster, he took game number 1 and game number 2 began to go the way of Chris Hayworth, but Foster with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row within that last serve. So Hayworth had to call a timeout. It's still Foster's serve, and we'll see if Hayworth can stop him.
And in 5-2.
That's a beautiful roll. Again, he's got to be upwards of 80-90% on that shot so far this match. That controlled roll down low to the backhand. Such a smart play. He goes for it again, and it works again.
7-2. Side out. 2-7. Side out.
Come on. Let's go. Come on, man.
We find ourselves at 7-2. With that 5-point spread that we saw in the last game. Oh, but Foster gets
He's going
it.
to get to it.
Oh, man. He is. He's just like, I'm like, when's he going to run out of gas? But he's not.
He sees the finish line, Rusty. He's not going to get tired at this point.
Yeah, you know, I said walking around early this morning, and I was asked. I'll talk about that in a second.
Another drop to the backhand. It's going to work again. That has been the difference maker so far in this match. He's figured that out. I want to say he's probably 6 out of 7 on that shot so far this match.
Yeah, and here he's again 2 points away from becoming a U.S. Open champion.
9-2.
First time here on the court, and he's about to be.
And he goes for it again, and it's going to work again.
But then even that last point, that was so delicate. You know, he didn't try to drive that. He just kind of placed it, right?
No, the court was open for him. Hayworth hasn't figured out how to deal with that so far in this match.
And so, match point, I mean, is he just giving up? Or you think you call a timeout? Or are you just like, I don't know what to do? I mean, I don't want to talk about it too much. Here's this match point.
Side out.
No, it's not over yet.
Yes, you and I have both seen comebacks from even 10-1, you know, more than 10-2. We'll see if
2-10.
Hayworth can have that amazing story.
Point.
Come on, Jack. Next
one. 3-10.
Hayworth serves 3-10. Oh, that was
big pass from Hayworth. Good hands from Foster, but you paint right on the line. It's tough to cover that.
So Hayworth continues to serve after putting 2 points on the board.
4-10.
Serve a little long. Jack Foster, one of the top collegiate pickleball players in the country, University of Florida Gator, here with championship point for his first ever U.S. Open Pro Gold.
10-4.
Great return from Hayworth. Foster's going to get it, and he's done it with the backhand pass on the line.
Look at that.
Foster.
We have a new U.S. Open champion and young Jack Foster here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. That was some amazing stuff, right, Kyle? And let's see if we can take a look at that last point coming up with a Franklin X40 instant replay.
He's always had the talent, the athleticism, the speed, the power, but the decision-making, the shot selection in this match, it was just clinical. It was just high IQ pickleball, and that was the difference maker in this match.
And
super happy for him.
To get it down the line, and we'll be back with some victory medals in just a moment. Here's another look at him from the other angle. And when it hit, you see him victory on his back celebrating, both with excitement and exhaustion. So thank you to our sponsors. We'll be back on the middle stand in just a moment.
Ready for a real cocktail? Grab a Zing Zang ready-to-enjoy cocktail in a can. America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with vodka. Zing Zang Classic Margarita, tequila included. Mango margaritas made with tequila and real mango puree. And whiskey sours with real Kentucky bourbon. Real cocktails, real ingredients, really good. Zing Zang full-strength canned cocktails. Legendary taste, legendary day. Always ready.
And with another amazing championship match underway, we have seen you new to championship court. I'm joined with Chris Hayworth, the silver medalist. There was some amazing stuff that's been happening all day long. We saw you earlier on championship court. You fought your way through the bracket. Ultimately didn't get the gold, but you have a silver here at the US Open. You're newer to the sport. How are you feeling right now about claiming a silver at the US Open?
I feel great. You know, it was a lot of fun today. This is my first US Open, so the atmosphere is a lot of fun and a little bit different than other tournaments. Maybe it's kind of a party out here, so I had a good time.
Yeah, and so as you've been kind of working your way through the bracket, you know, there's some big upsets, right? So what are some of the things that helped you get all the way here, you think, today?
I played well in my matches earlier. You know, I didn't think I played my best in the finals, unfortunately, but Jack played great, so all credit to him.
Right, well, congratulations so much, and we're going to have actually champion from the US Open, Kyle Yates, present you with your silver medal here.
Don't worry, I got 3 silvers in singles here, so I don't feel too bad. Thank you. No, I got to play, man. Thank you.
And then your prize money. So if y'all can hear, a big round of applause for Chris Hayworth, a silver medalist at the US Open Pickleball Championships. Congratulations. And now we're going to bring out a brand new champion as well, Jack Foster, our gold medalist. 2 new players to Zing Zang Championship Court, and here you are, Jack. You know, I saw you earlier in the day. I saw, you know, so many things happening today in the bracket. You fought your way here with passion and energy on the court. What do you think are some of the things that helped you pull it out today?
Yeah, I had a really great time today playing all day. I feel really comfortable in these conditions. I live in Florida, so to come here, I was used to the heat and the humidity, and just fought my way and grinded through matches, get to as many balls as I can, and I was really lucky to come out on top today. I had a really good run, played some amazing players, and was fortunate to beat them.
Yeah, and you know, so I think Kyle was talking about you're a Gator, and you know, of course, this, so to speak, the home court Florida advantage, right? You're familiar with this, although the weather is beautiful, but you know, being from Florida and having all these people around, and what does it mean to you to kind of be here at the US Open and be a part of that?
Yeah, I've played this tournament since 2018, 2019, all the way back to when I played the juniors. I've always loved this tournament. It's one of my favorites. I had some friends, coaches, come out here today and support me, and thank you to everybody back home for watching. Thank you to my paddle sponsor, New Pipo, and thanks to everybody for putting on such a great tournament. I'm really happy to be here, and couldn't be happier with the result.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Again, it's exciting to see people growing up, and then, again, a new pro here on Championship Court, a gold champion here at the US Open. Kyle's going to bring you out your gold.
Dude, I'm so happy. Congrats.
There's your prize money, and you're also going to get some Skechers shoes here as well. So everybody, yeah, you guys, you can give him a hug. All right, so fantastic. Congratulations. Again, a new U.S. Open champion, Jack Foster. Everybody else, don't go away. There's some more great singles action happening here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. I think we might be... Welcome back to Zing Zang Championship Court. You see a shot there of Karen Coaches, and she is warming up. And we're about to see the Women's Senior Pro Singles Gold Medal match here at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. It's been an amazing day. We've seen a lot of new faces, some impressive gameplay, and over there you have Spencer Moorman, and she is going to be competing. Both of these ladies, again, new to Zing Zang Championship Court here at the US Open. It's exciting. Spencer has been playing since about 2021. She's from Louisville, Kentucky. Apparently she played tennis back in the day for Vanderbilt. And Karen has also been playing for about a couple years. Former tennis player. We'll share a little bit more after that. And first serve is coming up here at the US Open.
Great pass from Spencer Moorman, already showing some athleticism here in this Senior Pro Women's Gold Medal match.
0-0. Side out.
With a quick side out. Kind of coming back. Again, it's late in the day. You can see the shade has fully kind of come across the court. So with a few side outs back and forth, no points on the board.
0-0.
You'll see obviously slightly different kind of play here.
Great depth on the returns there from coaches. You're going to see that to be a pattern throughout this match. I think depth is going to be the biggest indicator who's going to win this. Who is getting the serves and returns deeper? Those first couple shots in the rally and singles is so crucial at any level. Nice
Another side out.
Pass from Moorman.
So with our first point on the board, going to Spencer Moore. Tries that lob.
Perfect lob, by the way. And a return lob, and that's gonna sail. But again, great return of serve, but that lob just got it right back in the point.
So we're 2-0. Spencer Moore serving to Karen Coaches. Nice interchange. So nice side out. Coaches brings a point back to her side. Or Franklin instant X40 instant replay.
I can already tell this is going to be an athletic match. Both these ladies are willing to run, grind out some of these points. We're going to see some nice long rallies, some defensive shots to get back into play. More tactical pickleball, grindy. Another lob, another offensive lob from Spencer Moorman. I think we're going to see a lot more of those until Karen Coaches can figure out how to deal with that effectively.
So Coaches adjust her shoes there.
2-0. Point.
Might be the third backhand pass on the line from Spencer Moorman already in this match. I think Karen Patasa Coaches needs to be a little bit careful going there anymore.
3-0.
Deep serve, strong backhand. Ah, a little net love. That was a great rally.
As we continue, starting to increase the size of her lead at 4-0.
4-0.
Oh, great angle.
Side out.
Court side out. Take a look at a Franklin X40 instant replay there. Here we come.
0-4.
Nice backhand. Coaches has a chance to serve now. 0-4. Almost stepped wide. Keeps it in play.
Rusty, I'm loving these rallies. You're seeing the lob being utilized way more than normal, offensively and defensively, to give yourself time to get back in position. Both these ladies are quick enough. They could chase down just about anything. So as soon as you see them in trouble, they throw up that lob, they're able to recover. And watch the serve here from Karen Koja. See how she really steps in and leans into that serve, get a extra power.
Yeah, it reminds me, years ago we did the power serve with Alex Hamner, and she was one of the new people who would do like a two-step. She'd like walk in, get a little momentum stepping in. A lot of people sort of serve they just stand there and serve.
Yeah, the game's changed, Rusty. The serve, especially in singles, has gotten so important. And we've seen that already throughout the day here. Some of these bigger serves, you're getting rewarded with shorter returns, more offensive opportunities off that third shot. So I'd like to see her stick with that. She's, Coach is down 4-1 here, but you got to stick with that. Keep going for some of those shots. Try to generate some more efficient offense.
4-1.
So the serve comes back to Borman at 4-1. This goes long. So earlier, you saw both players kind of going, getting a towel, drying off their grip. It is beautiful weather today, but obviously, you're sweating a little bit, so you're allowed to do that as part of the play. Mormon continues on, 5-1.
Well, a lot of these rallies too, they're kind of extended rallies. They're not those like just third, fourth shot and ending rally shots. You're seeing these 6, 7 shot rallies, a little bit more of a grind. So exerting a little bit more energy, using a little more cardio, so they're definitely going to want to take their time a little bit longer between some of these rallies to recover. And you've got time. I think a lot of pickleball players tend to rush between points, and you got 10 seconds. And once you're out there, it doesn't feel like that long, but you have more time than you realize.
So coach just gets a second point.
Great deep serve. Mormon on her heels. Oh, that's a nice roll, though.
Well, she had that soft return. So a little bit of fun fact in terms of coaches. She was a, top junior tennis player in Denmark, and actually played Chris Everett Lloyd in '89 at the age of 17.
Did she beat Chrissy Everett?
Well, I don't know. It doesn't say that here in the information, but she was top 300 in doubles, singles and singles back in the day. So it was a top pro tour in the WTA.
6-2.
It's amazing. I love seeing all the tennis talent transitioning over to pickleball. Beautiful roll there. Get that ball down. I think a lot of players tend to think singles, you just have to go for that passing shot so early in the rally. And sometimes you use a little slower, lower shot to kind of set up the next ball.
Lob again.
Yeah, another defensive lob. Not going to get away with it that time.
Yeah, coaches with a little bit more height there. I love, we've talked about how trends have changed, and we'll take a look at Franklin X40 instant replay right here. She tries it, tries that lob, and coach just says, I got it. 3-6, wait for the serve.
Good hustle, but that's just a great close in the net. their instincts when to move in is so on point.
Yeah.
I think a lot of players struggle with that anticipation, knowing when do you feel like you hit a good enough approach shot to actually move into the net. And if you hesitate, you end up being a little bit late and it doesn't work.
Right.
So being able to choose when to move in and when to stay back is so crucial in pickleball singles. These ladies are making very good decisions. Approach coming in.
Oh,
little net love. She's going to get it, though. Touche.
Oh. Yeah, that was nice. Let's see if we can see it here. Little pop over the net. She comes up, and then another little dribble. Nothing you could do about that at all. So she gets the serve back at 6-4.
Yeah, I didn't like that decision there from Mormon pulling that ball cross court. She was already a little out of position. I think as soon as she hit it, she realized. But I love these long rallies, though.
Here's another look at it with the Franklin exit 40 instant replay. Coaches is just able to kind of confidently put it back.
Yeah, you got to be careful going cross court in some of those situations. You leave that line so vulnerable. I think she was hoping Karen would kind of come back across. She didn't quite get the angle. Ooh, that ball curls back in.
Yes. That was a nice point. Goes a little long. With some nice construction there.
Timeout, server.
So with that, server actually calling a timeout, Karen Coaches. And with that, we get to take a Takea hydration break. And we'll be back with some more great play here at Zing Zang Championship Court.
The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Nature Made, the official vitamin of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Arnicare, fragrance-free pain and bruise relief. Up your game without the pain. Available where you shop. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. And remember, you can purchase the official U.S. Open Pickleball Championships apparel at kitschpickleball.com.
So as we come back to the Women's Pro Gold match already underway, you see Karen Coaches there drying off, called the timeout with the server. And there's a shot of Spencer Mormon, who's leading, as you can see there on the scoreboard, 6-5. So Coaches has been down for a while, struggling, to get 1 point, and then ultimately got 2 points. So we were at 3-4. She was down 4-0. Started to even it out, so we're at a 1 point game here. Joined in the booth by Kyle Yates. So, Kyle, you have seen so many different matches, and over the years, even before the U.S. Open, of your years of pickleball, seeing the sport evolve, and even what sort of seniors singles is now compared to what senior singles was back in 2008 and 9. What are some of those differences that you're seeing evidence here on the court?
Well, the quality of shot making has gone up. I mean, not just the talent of the players, but technology's improved over the years, and people just had more time to play. So, I mean, you're just seeing just shots being able to hit now that seemed normal when back maybe 6, 7, 8 years ago. I mean, they would have, they would have been really, really good. Now players are not just hitting them, but adjusting and getting them back. And
exactly. This morning, I think I was saying we were walking around the court, and everybody's like, "What are you noticing?" And I said, "I'm noticing shots that used to be unreturnable are returnable. There's shots that you used to think, oh, that's a guaranteed winner, or that there's no way that this point will continue, and they do."
Well, people used to say they wanted to ban the around the post shot because it was impossible to defend, and people started defending it. So it's like, oh, why would you get rid of it? But I'm just loving the athleticism from some of these players. Like, I'm loving the long rallies, these 8, 9, 10 shot rallies, the defensive lobs to recover. I mean, you've got to fight for every single point. You got to work for every single point. Good serve and pressure from Coaches there.
So Coaches calls that timeout, and seems to be working in her favor here. She got more points on the board, and now we're tied up, 6-6.
Another interesting strategy change is really just until recently people considered the serving team to be at a disadvantage, you know, because you typically had to stay back. But some of the serves that players are hitting these days, the way that Karen Coaches really steps up and leans into and rips these serves, she's actually getting on offense to start the rally. She's starting to get to the net first before the return. So you're not really at a disadvantage as much anymore.
So another point construction you're talking about, right? You know, you had the offensive lob, the defensive lob, and ultimately, let's see if we take a look here, the Franklin instant replay.
There's a lot of decision making. It's not just grip and rip. It's very tactical.
So with that tie 6-6, it comes back to Spencer Mormon. Another lob.
She handled that so well. She makes that look so easy. That high backhand overhead there is so difficult. Difficult just to get a paddle on the ball, let alone get any pace and then put it in a good spot.
6-6.
With that, it comes back to Coaches.
Point.
Yeah, Coaches having a lot of success getting to that net first in these rallies, so she tends to be dictating play. Mormon's just athletic and scrappy and is able to kind of grind some of these points out, but it's not really the strategy you want. You don't really want to be the one pushed back, throwing up defensive lobs too much. See if she can find a way to work back into this match as best she can. Another defensive lob, and
yeah,
a huge backhand on the line. We've already seen a handful of those from her. Like I said, she's doing a good job getting out of trouble, but you'd like to avoid trouble to begin with. You don't want to have to get out of it every single rally. It just wears on you.
6-7.
Yes. Let out a little, oh, come on. Tells frustration, looked like a little mishit there. Come back to Coaches now up 7-6, 1-point lead.
Coach is going to get to the net first. Another defensive lob from Mormon.
Oh, she gets it.
The
a point.
Athleticism of these ladies. Just getting everything back.
Yeah, and that last one goes a little bit long. But yeah, so it seems to be turned around a little bit. Franklin X40 is a replay. You can see Coaches gets her paddle on it, keeps it going. Such a great point. Coming through, and then finally, ultimately, as it kind of comes through, ball goes a little long. So we get that point. And as come here with a score, we are in the women's pro gold match at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships in beautiful Naples, Florida. Special shout out again to Collier County in general, Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast, your backyard. You know, you're up in Fort Myers, but you've been down here so many times, and you know, Zing Zang Championship Court. We've talked about how it's evolved, but again, coming back to Coaches was under. She was down 4-0, but now she's up 1 point, you know, 7-6. What do you think Mormon needs to do to kind of get back in that lead?
Well, the Coaches might have started down 4-0, but I don't necessarily do anything wrong. She was dictating play, getting to the net first. I think was struggling to deal with some of those defensive lobs, and Mormon was just kind of getting a lot of balls back. I think Coaches didn't expect. But over the course of the match, I'd want to bet more on the dictating player, the more offensive-minded player. So the player getting the net first in the rallies, I tend to favor. And so I'm not surprised Coaches kind of clawed her way back. I'm curious if Mormon's going to make any changes, or is she just going to try to keep just scrapping? And she's grinding really, really well and forcing Coaches to hit a lot of tough shots. Some of those high back and overheads were tricky. So if Coaches can keep up that level of play and keep making shots, I can see her starting to pull away in this one. I just tend to favor the offensive player more than the defensive one.
So we come back with that step-in aggressive serve.
Point.
Puts another point on the board. we're at 8-6.
9-6.
Again, we are the best 2 out of 3 to 11. So far today, every match has gone 2 games.
A little change up on the serve there.
Oh.
Little change up on the serve there. She didn't power through that one like all the rest of them. She actually put a little slice on to change the speed. I think that's super smart, especially in singles, just kind of giving your opponents different pace and different spins.
Here she is at game point.
She goes back to the power serve.
Clearly sails long. And game number 1 goes to Karen Coaches here at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. Game number 2 is coming back. We'll see if this is our first 3-game match of the day. But no matter what, there will be a new champion.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Here on Florida's Paradise Coast, you can't help but think, if only every beach was this beautiful. If only every adventure was this exciting. If only every dinner was this special. If only every sky was this dramatic. All of which proves one thing. When you want a vacation to deliver only the finest of everything, only Paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit margaritavilleresorts.com.
Welcome back to the Women's Senior Pro Gold Medal match. As you can see there, Spencer Moorman drying off her paddle again, getting ready. If you're just joining us, game number 1 went to Karen Coaches, who is there in the pink shorts, getting ready to receive. Some
Side out.
oh, that one goes just long. And we have a quick side out.
Zero, zero. Point.
I've been so impressed with the adjustments that Coaches has made with those lobs. This first couple from Moorman, I think she struggled with. Since then, she has handled them very well. Not really doing a ton with them, but keeping her positioning. Be able to get a good clean hit and staying up with the net, not getting pushed back too far, not getting on her heels. It's been a huge adjustment that's kept her in the lead here.
In this moment, Coaches was going cross court. Spearman able to sort of handle it and bring it back with a sharper angle. Unable to get that return. And so now the serve comes to her.
0-1.
Good pressure from Spencer Moorman.
Yeah.
She hasn't got to the net much this match. It's nice to see her moving in, trying to put some more pressure on. Right. I think she's going to need to do that a lot more this game. Oh, big serve.
Yeah. Return goes wide. There's sort of this calm in the arena here right now.
Side out.
Goes wide, side out.
Yeah, it's early in the game, so both players kind of feeling each other out for the second game. See how they're moving, see how they're hitting. Everyone else in the stands just kind of assessing. But once this game starts getting a little bit later, and the intensity starts rising. Nice walking serve there.
I mean, it's what you're talking about. It's I love, you know, we were talking about the evolution of sport. It's like, you know, it's the, you know, we don't keep saying, oh, for the seniors, but, you know, there's perceptions of the sport, but the athleticism is increasing in all areas, you know, both the pro and the senior pro.
Of course.
And they're going up the net, right? I mean, they're obviously, if you're all the way up in the net and someone's going left, right, wide, you know, you got to have enough energy and athleticism to keep those balls in play. It's risky. You go up the wrong time or whatever.
That's why I'm impressed by the court coverage. I mean, the court doesn't seem that big, right? I mean, pickleball court seems small, so you think it'd be easy to cover, but you don't have a lot of time. So you've got to get from point A to point B pretty quick and change directions quickly. So there's a lot of different movements, and it gets tough. So you kind of try to get one player either shifting or leaning the wrong way and go behind them and get them off balance. Otherwise, these ladies are so quick. They're going to get to a lot of shots you wouldn't otherwise expect. Let's see which one of these ladies can get to the net first here in this rally. Karen, coach is going to move in. Oh, she had a good look, just pushed it long.
Just a little bit.
But again, I don't think she should shy away from that just because she missed the put away. She needs to keep going.
Right,
for those.
it was the right play.
It was the right play. Those are so frustrating, but also the silver lining is, hey, if I keep doing this, I'll start winning those points.
Right.
2-2.
Crowd like that. We'll take a look. Franklin X40 instant replay. It's able to nice strong drive down the line there with a little fist pump from Spencer Moorman. And they're looking to get ready.
3-2.
Ball. We're up 3-2.
Another lob. Handles it so well. Good pressure from coaches.
Yeah, Moorman a little frustrated. So get under it. Ball comes back. We're tied up 3-3. Yeah, there's clearly an intentionality to how they're playing the game. I mean, they're clearly thinking.
You get a lot of similar patterns, right? With a lot of these points, they tend to look similar, and it's you got to assess throughout the course of the match: is this pattern working for me, or is it not? And so far, it's been pretty evenly matched. I'd say that Moorman has found some ways, like these lobs, trying to keep coaches back, keep her from coming up to the net where she seems very comfortable. Some of the lobs have worked, some haven't. I'd like to see her try to be a little bit more proactive, right? Try to take it to coach a little more, not just playing defensive. There you go. She's getting to the net. Oh, that's just a beautiful pass. But again, I don't want Mormon getting discouraged because coach just hits an amazing passing shot there. Because she did all the right things. She pushed her deep, came to the net, was in good position, and she just happened to hit a great shot. I'd like to see her make that a couple more times before I deviate from that game plan. Otherwise, she's going to let her come in first. She seems too comfortable there.
Yeah, I mean, her lateral movement, so if she's coming up, you put some pressure to kind of put it to the left or the right, which obviously, you know, your lower margin for error, especially since she's a little bit taller and she's moving really well left to right.
Exactly, you said it. She's pretty tall, too, quick, not easy to pass. Once you get to that net, it's just such good positioning. She's in the net again there. Look at the reach in the volley. It's going to be too hard to pass her consistently. I'd like to see Spencer Mormon. She's taking a timeout. I'd like to see her go take this timeout and think about what else she could be doing besides staying back at that baseline.
All right, thanks to that Franklin X40 instant replay, and we are going to take the Takea hydration break now as a timeout has been called. Hear from our sponsors and we'll be back for the Women's Senior Pro Gold match.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Fat Tire, crisp, clean, and refreshing. The perfect post-play beer. By Zing Zang. The #1 Bloody Mary brand is on fire with Zing Zang Blazing Bloody Mary. And by Deco Turf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
So welcome back to Zing Zang Championship Court here. As you can see, the sun is going down. We have this beautiful open air arena with the shade structure. Special thank you to Collier County, as well as all the many sponsors. On the other side of that banner, actually, I think you have Latitude Margaritaville. Minto has been a sponsor since the beginning in 2016. On the other side of that banner, you have a Skechers logo. You know, so many companies and brands have learned about pickleball, are supporting pickleball, and have been a part of the growth of pickleball. So it's just really exciting. And again, the founders, Chris and Terry, who've created such an amazing event as we continue the Women's Senior Pro Gold. As coach just puts one more point on the board, she finds herself making an ever bigger gap with a 4-point lead.
That high-level tennis background is really showing itself. Her volleys have been very crisp. She gets up to that net. She's been very difficult to pass. A lot of volley putaways, some great overhead putaways.
Is that lob again?
She handles that so well. That is not an easy recovery shot right there.
Oh.
It's just too tough.
Yeah, that backhand cross court, you know, so shallow in the kitchen there, you know, and I mean, Mormon gets it, but she's already kind of committed to the far side of the court, and coaches just put it away.
Both these players are so good at going from defense to offense. Big serve. There comes the approach, come to the net.
Side out.
Mormon's able to handle that. Get an important side out.
She keeps putting herself in these tough positions, you know, trusting she can come up with a great shot from the corner. She's been doing a pretty good job of it, but it's just a tough task.
Another lob early on, too long. I think coaches is feeling it. She's got to kind of head down in that slow fist pump. That's sort of like, I'm there, I'm moving along.
She's got it. She could feel it. And credit to her. I mean, it's the serves are really setting it up. Here,
yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Really lean into it. Big serve, gets the easy third, gets all the comments that come in behind it. She's just really dictating play right now and has not made many errors this match.
So we're now 2 points away from her becoming a new champion here at the Minto U.S. Open.
Happy to see Spencer trying to come in on this one. It didn't work, but she has to do something different. I like seeing her try to come in on that one. Staying back was not doing her any favors, but Karen Coach is just playing lights out right now.
And we have our
10-3
match point coming up.
Nice pass on the run.
Yeah.
She's not done yet.
Yeah, exactly. It's not over till it's over.
Sometimes you're on this court here and the sun's setting and you got the whole crowd and you just want to be out there as long as possible. You just never want it to end. Unless you're the one up 10-3. Then you're like, all right, let's get this over with.
Oh,
just barely
from
pushed
here
that
we
one
couldn't,
long.
you know, of course we're behind it, so it was close, but unfortunately.
10-3.
Second.
Championship point for the senior pro women's singles gold.
The lob again, and she rejects it with the overhead with an angle. And we have a new champion in Karen Coaches at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. We'll be back handing out some medals and some exciting moments and hear from our winners. Let's take a look at that last moment.
It's just such great offense. I mean, the big serve setting up the third shot into the corner, approach, just dominating the net the entire match. Congrats, Karen Coaches, on a great, great final.
I think you saw her smiling even as she hit that. She knew it right before it even hit her paddle, and we're going to take a quick break and be back in the middle. Stand in a moment.
Get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
The road to #1 is never easy, but staying on top is just as hard. Winning becomes more than a goal. It becomes an expectation. Practices get longer, training more intense. Every game needs to be your best, because that's what you're gonna get. So, is it all worth it? Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire. People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
Hi, so I'm excited to be here with our silver medalist, Spencer Mormon. There was some great stuff that was happening there. Ultimately, it didn't go your way, but you are here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships on championship court. You're new to this court here. You know, it's so exciting to see you. And how does it feel to get a medal at the U.S. Open?
Oh my gosh, it's such a treat to be here. It's an amazing tournament, amazing atmosphere, and pickleball is such a gift. it's amazing to be able to play a sport that's so much fun, brings a lot of great people together, and especially at this chapter in my life, you know. So I'm just grateful. She played so well. It's tough. It's tough to come out here after grinding it out in the sun for several hours, but I'm so thrilled to have pulled out some tough ones to get to the final. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the pro and the senior pro brackets are both getting more and more challenging. You know, you talked about back in the day you played tennis at Vanderbilt, and so pickleball is only in the last couple of years.
Yeah,
and so
fun.
what helped you kind of fight through this really challenging bracket?
I think the mental toughness and just trying to take one point at a time, breathe, think positive thoughts, just be in gratitude, you know, that I get to do something that's fun and that I get to participate and compete. And, you know, this is all just icing on the cake, you know, to be able to play something that honestly feels like I'm a kid on the playground. So it's really fun.
Well, as a kid on the playground, you are now a medalist at the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Exactly. And so coming out with your medal will be Chris Yvonne, one of the founders of the U.S. Open.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear it, a round of applause for our silver medalist. And now we're going to bring out our gold medalist, a new champion who was here a second ago. All right, let's come on out over here. Karen, exactly. I was chatting with you earlier. Our new champion at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Champions Senior Pro Singles Gold goes to Karen Kochis, right? So congratulations. You started out, you know, she's kind of pulling out in the lead, even game number 1 and 2, and it wasn't totally going your way. What helped you turn it around?
Well, I've never played Spencer, and by the way, congrats, you know, on a great run here, and so, you know, it's always interesting when you have to play somebody you never really played against. So, but I enjoy problem solving, and it took me a little while to figure it out, but I got there, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, so, you know, this fantastic Kyle Yates and I were commentating. We were talking about the sophistication and the strategy, and there were so many different points in your shot construction. Her lob was working pretty well against you, and did you have to change some things up in order to combat that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've never played a singles match with somebody lobbing me this many times. So now I have that experience. I thought it was very smart, and it took me a little while to adjust to that portion, but eventually, you know, I got it done.
And I guess, well, last question, you know, you've played a lot of tennis, and you've won, and you've had a great record. You've talked about how exciting pickleball is. You've been playing pickleball and winning lots of medals, but now you are a champion at the U.S. Open. What does this mean to you?
I mean, every sport is different. So, you know, I had my run in tennis. I followed it up with some platform tennis. It's a sport played up in Northeast, and here I am playing pickleball. So, it's a new sport, new challenge, and today was a victory.
Yeah, and I think in your comment you said more to come. So I'm sure everyone can keep their eye out for Karen Kochis, who's now a champion at the U.S. Open, and you probably have more to come. We're going to bring out your awards, and I believe Chris Yvonne and Terry Graham are going to come out here with your prize money. They're going to put that gold around your neck. You're also going to get a Head Sweats champion hat and a pair of Skechers pickleball shoes. So congratulations once again. It's great to see new faces here playing so well. Everybody, another round of applause for Karen Kochis, a new champion. Congratulations. And everybody else, there is more great pickleball. We're going to have the women's pro match coming up, so don't go away.
Ready for a real cocktail? Grab a Zing Zang ready-to-enjoy cocktail in a can. America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with vodka. Zing Zang Classic Margarita, tequila included. Mango margaritas made with tequila and real mango puree. And whiskey sours with real Kentucky bourbon. Real cocktails, real ingredients, really good. Zing Zang full-strength canned cocktails. Legendary taste, legendary day. Always ready.
We've got the women's pro gold medal match coming up soon between Megan Fudge and Georgia Johnson. Georgia Johnson, still a teenager from Boynton Beach, Florida. Did not play in this last year. Nice to have her and her brother back in this tournament. She'll be going up against veteran Megan Fudge. Megan Fudge from Bel Air, Florida. No stranger to the US Open. Competed last year, got a few medals. She and her husband and their kids are all competing this week. Exciting match, two very athletic women's players. Incredible shot makers, great footwork, a lot of power. They've played each other a few times, a handful of times on the APP Tour. Both of them have won gold medals in pro singles before, so looking to be a good match. Last match of the day, no holding back now.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, I think it's exciting. We've seen both of these players. Obviously, everybody's game improves, but when you see significant improvement, you know, like Megan, even just I've noticed in the last couple of years at the U.S. Open, you just see her games kind of gets better and better. And some of these people, they can go from zero to really amazing, especially if they have such a great tennis player, and in short time, and you think, oh wow, how much better can they get? And then they just keep getting better.
Sure, yeah, and that steady improvement. But Georgia being so young, I mean, her ceiling is still so high, but doesn't really come from that tennis background like some of the more veteran players do, like a Megan Fudge. But Fudge has her trainer over in the booth and has been working a lot on her game the last year or two and just keeps getting better.
Well, and obviously, Georgia is younger. She's growing as well. She's gained a few inches, you know, so it's like, you know, you see these people that they're literally, their musculoskeletal is changing, which, you know, as we talked about earlier, that makes a difference in your play.
Well, it's going to be a fun atmosphere here on Zing Zang Championship Court. The sun is starting to set, temperature dropping a little bit.
So it looks like the referee is doing his final checks with the players, getting a final approval of the ball. Players getting one last sip over there in terms of the hydration. But like we said earlier in the week, we were out here, and I think we put up a few things on social. Both Megan Fudge and her husband, Ryler DeHart, were doing a pro clinic So we had a lot of people young and old who were kind of a part of that, and even they were talking about their kids. They're going to be, their son and daughter are going to be playing in juniors later in this tournament, and obviously we talked about Georgia as well. So the whole kind of Johnson family is here. We already saw JW earlier in the day, kind of fighting his way through, and I won't be surprised if we see Julia Johnson on this court before the week is over.
It's a family affair with both of these ladies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, entirely, it's like the whole
Game one, time in.
whole family's
0-0.
involved. And so as time in is called, Georgia Johnson is about to serve to Megan Fudge, our women's pro gold singles match.
The athleticism already on display.
Yeah, right.
Point.
Both of these ladies want their first U.S. Open pro singles gold medal.
1-0. Side down.
One thing too about Zing Zang Championship Court. Now both these
0-1.
ladies have played in so many pickleball tournaments, PPA Tour, Major League Pickleball, APP Tour.
Point.
But Zing Zang Championship Court is just a different atmosphere.
Right.
You know, with the biggest pickleball party in the world, it's just, you know, with the music playing
1-1.
and all the crowd, it's just a different atmosphere. So it's interesting to see players adjust. They tend to have a little bit more fun, play a little bit looser. Good court coverage already.
Side out.
And Megan Fudge's fitness level is off the charts. She can chase balls down like that all day long.
1-1.
You're not going to see either of these ladies getting tired in this match. Beautiful drop volley from Georgia Johnson.
Right.
Don't have to do too much with those. You know, she doesn't take a big swing, doesn't hit too hard, just gets that paddle out there, puts the ball in a good spot.
2-1.
Yes, we were always talking about the importance of touch in the game, right? So that I think a lot of people try to overhit the ball all the time, you know, but when you're right up there, it makes a big difference.
3-1.
Johnson with a 3-1 lead early on in game number 1.
Side out.
George is going to want that one back. It was a good look there.
1-3. Side out.
Oh, that's frustrating.
Georgia strikes the ball so low.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily get as much topspin as some of the other players, but she strikes it so
3-1.
clean and so hard. Ball stays so low. It's really hard to lift it, get a lot of pace on it.
Side out.
Again, ball goes a little long and wide with a quick side out back to Fudge.
1-3.
Oh.
Beautiful ATP in defense.
Side out.
Round of applause from the crowd like that. We'll take a look here at the Franklin X40 instant replay. Comes across. ATP. Great return.
3-1.
Ultimately can't come back.
Point.
Great overhead coverage from Johnson.
4-1. Point.
Not much you can do with that.
5-1.
Oh, nice.
Side out.
So Georgia Johnson's had a couple nice volley winners, but a couple unforced errors on the approach shots. And that's just kind of Georgia Johnson's game. She's very offensive minded, wants to be dictating play. And when she dials it in, she's dangerous. I think Fudge tends to play a little bit more consistent, grindy, scrappy points. Very consistent, makes you work for everything. So it's a little different styles here.
Oh. Side out.
But Georgia Johnson can be very dangerous if you let her dictate too much.
5-1.
Big serve. She's going to get to the net first.
Oh.
Point.
Fudge runs up. She heats it up. But Johnson's able to just be there. We'll take a look here. Franklin X40 replay. She drives it quick.
6-1.
Johnson's able to just pop it back. Block volley, really.
Fudge likes to move into the net off this return finally, and it pays off.
Side out. One 6.
Another lob
Side
attempt.
out.
Yeah.
Another lob attempt, just stuff from Georgia Johnson. She has such a great overhead.
Yeah. And Johnson's even smiling a little bit there. I mean, who doesn't love hitting a winner overhead, right?
6-1.
That boosts.
Side out. One 6. Point.
So after quite a while without getting a point on the board.
2-6.
Second point. Oh.
Side out.
She knew where she wanted to go. Just a little bit too low.
6-2. Point.
All right, what are you thinking?
The athleticism from Megan Fudge just chasing all these shots down, but the quality from Georgia Johnson, I mean, that's just such a tough drop volley on the stretch, keeping it low,
Yeah.
and then ready for the hands on the next one. But again, I don't love
7-2.
seeing a player staying back too often. After this return, I'd like to see Megan Fudge try to work her way in. Georgia Johnson keeps beating her to the net. She's in such a better position for all these rallies. And your athleticism, your quickness, and your passing shots only get you so far. But by sheer court positioning, Georgia Johnson is just seemingly in such control of every rally.
Yeah, and so Georgia finds herself at 8-2, and Fudge calls a timeout to try to see if she can stop that momentum. We'll take a decay hydration break and be back in a moment.
Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
All right, we got some waves from the fans there and their gold back boxes and the VIPs back there at the amazing Zing Zang Championship Court. And we're about to head back with a view of the court coming back from the timeout. Fudge is down, right? So the momentum's chipping away, Georgia. And then she got kind of a few other points in a row. Finding yourself at 8-2, how do you turn this around, or what are you thinking?
Again, it's just recognize the patterns. I'm seeing Georgia Johnson getting to the net first a lot of rallies, especially when she's serving. I'd like to see Fudge try to get to the net here off this return, try to apply a little more pressure. Yep,
there she goes.
Moving in. But again, she can't let that miss prevent her from trying that again, because she got in position, she had the look she wanted. And again, staying back and playing defense is not going to get it done against a player as talented as Georgia Johnson.
Johnson staying back now.
She's going to look to move in as soon as she can. And in that position, you could just do whatever you want with it. And Megan Fudge, one of the most athletic, quickest women on tour. But again, just simply court positioning. She's just having to work so much harder for every point.
Quick look, you can see where John just
so you're trying to move in here. That's just such a good serve. Georgia's going to get to the net first, and a little unlucky with the put away. Looking like it skipped long.
Side out. No.
So the ball bounced down back to the line. Georgia wasn't quite sure, checking to see if there's any chance to call that.
2-10.
Ultimately, they were 2-10. Fudge just trying to see if she can come back.
Side out.
Ball's called long. Megan's questioning that as well. So both saying the referee's primary role at this point is to be primarily looking up at the line for footfalls and things like that, not always looking left and right at the line out.
Side out.
But the baseline view from the middle of the court isn't necessarily always perfect either. But an important side out, Fudge gets a chance to try to stop it.
Side out.
With another side out. Georgia Johnson finding herself with another
10-2.
game point.
Point. Game.
Goes just wide, so game one is in the books, going to Georgia Johnson. And we'll be back with game number 2 of the women's singles pro gold at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville. Let's take a look here, Kyle. That last moment, if we can.
Again, it's Megan Fudge staying back, relying on her passing shots to keep her in this match. I'd like to see a big strategy change in the second game.
So as we finish up game number 1, again, stay tuned for game number 2 in just a moment.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Here on Florida's Paradise Coast, you can't help but think, if only every beach was this beautiful. If only every adventure was this exciting. If only every dinner was this special. If only every sky was this dramatic. All of which proves one thing: when you want a vacation to deliver only the finest of everything, only Paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit margaritavilleresorts.com.
With another game in process. Game number 1 went to Georgia Johnson in the women's singles pro gold match here at the US Open Pickleball Championship. You got to look at Georgia Johnson bouncing back on the court, ready to begin game number 2. But the serve starts out with Megan Fudge.
Side out. 0-0. Side out.
Georgia goes to drop that in, but goes a little wide. Another side out coming back to Megan Fudge.
0-0.
She might have missed that one, but I think that's a strategy that's going to pay off in the long run for her. That is one of the most beautiful volleys you're ever going to see from Georgia Johnson. But again, I'm not seeing any strategy change yet from the first game. And when the game
we'll see if we can see that volley right there.
0-0.
Watch how low she hits this. Yeah. Below her knee, out of the air, clean winner. But again, she's just controlling that kitchen line, right? She's controlling the net. Beautiful pass to Megan Fudge there. That's what she's going to rely on for most of this match. And she's able to hit those. But Georgia
0-0.
Johnson has done such a good job of locking down that kitchen line. She's going to look to probably move in again here pretty soon.
Oh, unlucky little pop on the net. Ball bounces out.
0-0.
We're still at 0-0 with a lot of back and forth. Another one.
Side out. Zero, zero. Side out.
Cheeky backhand volley there on the stretch from Johnson.
Yeah, turn around. See if we can see it. Franklin X40 instant replay.
0-0.
A little spin maneuver.
Turns around the other way, reminiscent of Dave Weinbach.
Great approach from Johnson. Easy put
Point.
away.
Yeah. It's just too high.
One, zero. Point.
All right, so after quite a bit of back and forth with 0-0-0-0, Johnson finds herself with 2 points on the board.
2-0.
Taking a moment, closes her eyes before the serve.
Point.
So 1, 2, 3.
3-0. Point.
So smart from the youngster.
Timeout receiver. 4-0. You have 1 minute.
So after 4 points in a row, Megan Fudge calls a timeout. We'll take a Takea hydration break, and she'll see if she can turn the tables.
Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
So as we come back, as you see both players still under their booths there as they're chatting and kind of thinking through what potentially is their strategy. Obviously, game number 1, if you're just joining us, you can see there on the board, went to Georgia Johnson. Number 2, Fudge was able to hold her off. She wasn't quite able to get points on the board, but at least she was keeping Johnson from progressing. And just quickly now, we're 1, 2, 3, 4 points in a row in the last interchange.
Over.
Fudge calls that timeout. I know you've been saying multiple times what you think is. Are you still holding to the same?
Yeah, I sound like a broken record, Rusty. But it's so far the player getting to the net first is clearly controlling the match, dictating play, and winning more points. I really would like to see Fudge try to get in on some of these returns.
4-0.
Now George credit to her, is doing a great job hitting these big serves.
Yeah.
Keeping her a little bit back, but I'm not even seeing much of an attempt to move in. And George Johnson's just way too tough in that position. Too quick, too tall, too strong. It's so difficult to pass. And if you're just relying on these incredible passing shots over and over and over again, it's just too tough to replicate consistently.
Yeah, yeah.
The court positioning is just so important here.
Even that last interchange, those last 3 shots in a row, right? You know, then the final put away.
Again, yeah, Megan Fudge, again, one of the most athletic women on tour. She's used to playing like this. George Johnson is just not having it.
Oh, she gets it.
Finally came in, dictated play. If she figures that out, we got a different ball game. You know, we're down a game and 5-0 in the second, but once you get that strategy shift, it changes the dynamic of the entire match.
Point.
So finally, with that first point on the board, as you said before, you know, there's that sigh of relief. We'll see if this is a significant change.
Now she's coming in. That's just a great pass. That's unfortunate because if she finally looked to move in, maybe the approach wasn't quite good enough. But that passing shot from Georgia's was fantastic.
Yeah.
But again, I'd like to see her make that a few times before I shy away from that strategy.
Point.
Because
just
staying back, you're down a game in 5-1.
But ultimately
6-1 now.
Yeah, that return that went long.
6-1. Point.
7-1.
7-1. Side out.
The same shot as before. That backhand looked to turn around, but ultimately just a little too low into the net court.
1-7. Side out.
Fudge is talking to herself in German.
A little frustrated.
7-1.
Georgia Johnson is just doing a great job applying so much pressure with every shot.
Side out.
Good ball, Megan.
1-7. Point.
And it goes wide. They get 2 points here.
2-7. Point.
3.
3-7. Side out.
I was going to say, how many points in a row before you get a little, you know, you feel it, right? You know, different people stop that run, they call a timeout, but it's like, you know, you're 1 point, 2 point, 3. When do you, as a player, will let this go?
Point.
Typically 3. If you got 3 to 4 lost points in a row, that's when you look to maybe mix it up.
8-3. Point.
But again, sometimes you have a strategy, and just because it doesn't work for a couple points,
9-3.
doesn't mean it's not going to work consistently over the course of the whole match. But when you have a pattern that, like what I'm seeing of one player just dominating from the kitchen line while the others pin back, you've got to find some way to mix that up.
So as Fudge calls a timeout, we'll take a quick Takea hydration break and be back with his gold match.
Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville are brought to you by Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude, Margaritaville. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs with the Viper Court Pro. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
So coming back to Zing Zang Championship Court as the sun is beginning to go down. You can see a little bit of that lens flare there coming through at this special place. It's a beautiful, beautiful weather so far today in the match. We're in game number 2 of the women's singles pro gold. Georgia Johnson now 2 points away from becoming a new U.S. Open champion.
Time in. 9-3. Side down.
Yeah, it's tough. I think she wasn't quite sure if that was going to go in and out, but you got to play it, right? You can't risk that.
3-9.
Oh my goodness.
Real overhead from Georgia Johnson.
Unbelievable. What was that? I mean, look at the smile on her face.
It was like the backward slam dunk.
Yeah, exactly.
9-3.
Georgia Johnson just 2 points away from being, I think, the youngest U.S. Open pro gold medalist.
Oh,
point.
There again, enough on that drop, enough backspin. That ball just like didn't go anywhere.
Oh, that drop volley's so good. It's so good because it's hard to tell, but she cuts it. It gets all that spin. So when it hits, it actually bounces away from her opponent.
Here we are. Match point.
Point, game, match. Score 11-3. Johnson.
Yeah, we got an exciting day here with the new champion in Georgia Johnson at the Women's Pro Gold.
All right.
Let's take a look at some Franklin X40 replays.
Georgia Johnson did such a good job holding her own up at the line, just imposing, dictating the entire match. Really well played.
Yeah, I mean, her court coverage, right, you know, and ultimately she saw that one go just a little bit wide there. And we're going to take a quick break here from some of our sponsors and be back at the medal stand in a moment.
Get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
The road to number 1 is never easy, but staying on top is just as hard. Winning becomes more than a goal. It becomes an expectation. Practices get longer, training more intense. Every game needs to be your best, because that's what you're gonna get. So, is it all worth it? Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
Forceful. So we're back, and I'm excited to be here with Megan Fudge, a silver medalist here at the U.S. Open. Megan, congratulations on fighting away and getting another medal at the U.S. Open. You have been here before, you've been on this court, and it's amazing. All day long, we've been talking about how much you've been fighting your athleticism. Ultimately, you didn't claim the gold, but you're here with another medal. So what does it mean for you, again, to have this medal around your neck?
Yeah, no, definitely just shout out to everybody that was out here. I know a lot of people were behind me, wanting it for me, but no, I mean, I tried my best. Georgia played a fantastic match, very clean. Obviously, I wish it was a different color, but maybe I can work on that tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. The tournament is not over, and I think you're going to be in the split age as well, right? And some great stuff that's happening. You are doing the pro clinics. It's so exciting to see you being a part of the whole pickleball community. So you have this event, and what is kind of special about that, or maybe different for you?
Yeah, it's been super fun, actually. I've been in Naples for the last month, just checking out a lot of the different clubs here, doing some clinics, meeting people, just trying to be an ambassador for the sport, getting people out here. It's just been a fantastic time. I love Naples. So shout out to Mel and Tim for hosting us as well in our RV and our kids. So just, it's been a fantastic time, and you know, I hope this week can continue on a high.
All right, well, we're going to bring out your medals here. Terry is going to bring out your silver medal and your prize money. Congratulations. Once again, everybody, a round of applause for our silver medalist, Megan Fudge.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we're going to bring out a new champion. You're on championship court, and I think you might be the youngest pro champion at the U.S. Open. I'm not quite sure, but Georgia Johnson, the new women's singles pro gold medal winner, and we're going to bring out your medal in just a second. But, you know, your family has been here. You saw your brother play, and this is a special time. What does it mean for you to now be a U.S. Open champion?
Yeah, it's so great. Thank you to everyone who cheered me on today. It's nice to see some familiar faces being from Florida, and it's just really special to hold that title, and I'm really thankful for everyone.
Yeah, well, and it's exciting because you have a different background as well. There's so many people like, oh, I played tennis in college or whatever. You're younger, but we continue to see your game get better and better and better. So for you, playing a little differently, what do you think helped you kind of pull through the whole bracket and claim gold?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know what the secret sauce is. I didn't play tennis very much growing up, but my family did, and maybe just learning the strokes is what helped me. And I think there's benefits and some deficits there for sure.
Yeah, well, some of your backhand, your drop volleys, anyway, some great construction. So we're going to have Terry come out with your gold medal and put that around your neck, as well as your Skechers shoes. And I believe you will also eventually get a Head Sweats Champions hat. Exactly. She just said, if you didn't hear it, welcome to the U.S. Open Winner's Circle. It is a special coveted places that few can claim. Undefeated, coming through the bracket. So any last words for everybody?
Just thank you so much. Have a happy U.S. Open. I'll be here all week.
All right. Well, you heard it from her. Don't go away. There's more to come all week long from the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Thank you.
Another game? I'm done for the day, and so is my shoulder.
Reach for Arnicare when sore muscles take you out of the game. This scientifically formulated pain reliever has no strong medicine smell, no greasy residue, and can be applied directly to where it hurts. Arnicare is powered by Arnica, an ingredient that has been trusted for centuries to provide relief for muscle pain, stiffness, and bruising. Don't let pain stop you from doing what you love. Reach for Arnicare and get back into the game. Available where you shop.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Don't leave pickleball behind when you leave the court. Pickleball Channel gives you the world of pickleball in your hands, covering the entire sport. Dive deep into the world of pickleball and keep your game going with Pickleball Channel.
Ready for a real cocktail? Grab a Zing Zang ready-to-enjoy cocktail in a can. America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with vodka. Zing Zang Classic Margarita, tequila included. Mango margaritas made with tequila and real mango puree. And whiskey sours with real Kentucky bourbon. Real cocktails, real ingredients, really good. Zing Zang full-strength canned cocktails. Legendary taste, legendary day. Always ready.